How's it going, everyone? Going to be watching some construction videos today. Oh yeah, a little bit of construction videos. Isn't that what everyone kind of wants to just check out? Going to be watching something about a guy building a shed. Will be about a guy building a shed. Now, let's watch, shall we?
What's going on, my friend? My name is Raymond, and this is another edition of Check 6 Aviation. This time, Builder's Edition. So, once again, we're back at it, back to work, and what you see here is the result of making several decisions. Because you may see that I live in a manufactured home, essentially a trailer park. I know, you mess with me, you mess with the whole trailer park. And there's not a whole lot of space, so...
You know, I would not take that threat lightly. I would not take that threat lightly. I think he might be onto something there. I really do. I would not want to. I would not want to. That trailer park, I'm staying away. I am staying way, way away. Oh yeah.
Plus, getting a completed fuselage out of a manufactured home, not gonna happen. So, the decision was made to build a shed, build my workshop. Here you see my wife joining in on the festivities, kind of helping out, and I'm digging into the ground because I want to sink these blocks to get the workshop kind of level and kind of provide a really good footing, because let's face it, I live in Texas and it can be known as Tornado Alley, although thankfully in Abilene we don't get a whole lot of tornadoes. I don't think we've had a tornado in about 20 years. Of course, I've only lived here for 3, but so I'm told. So what I'm doing here is I'm building a base. You see here, I've got the first 3 blocks sunk into the ground, and I am actually going to be sinking. I'm not going to be sinking. I'm going to be anchoring the base to the blocks. Now, I did end up doing and redoing this base over a couple of times, so you may see a little bit of overlap going through and wondering, okay, why are they doing that again and again and again? Well, now you know the reason. So here we go. Digging in the back side of the frame, and now at this point in the video I have already completed the frame, and I had already put down the first couple of sheets of plywood for the floor, but now I've got everything I need for the anchors. And Alright, so as you saw that I was taking up the deck that I had put down already, there's a reason for that, and I'll explain why here in a bit. First of all, along here, along the outside here, I'm going to put some of these along there to kind of give the outside walls a better place to grab onto, and also I needed to take the planks out, the plywood up, so that I can install these. These are mobile home anchors. These will spin into the ground and anchor. I already have a couple of them in place over here. Somewhere. They are covered up. They're covered up by weeds. So as you see,
What type of weeds are we talking about, brother? What type of weed? Oh, those types? Oh, never mind.
these will go ahead and strap along here using this strap here.
Are you sure these are weeds and not black grass?
Well, clover, but yeah, they're weeds.
It's unfortunate, but they're not that type.
They're clover?
Yep. And then there's another one right here. And then I'll go ahead and strap those in. And this will hold this structure in place in high wind conditions. While I
Makes a good point. I mean, you can't just have that thing just being directly on grass. Now, I know a lot of people would just do it with, they would do a concrete pad, put some wired mesh. They wanted to be, a little bit more ambitious, put some rebar. But yeah, he's got it going. He knows what he's doing. There's a saying, you got to know the rules to break them. It's one of those times.
doing that, why don't you take a minute, or actually just take a quick second, to go ahead and smash that like button. It's just below this video. It really does help the channel. It helps the YouTube algorithm, understand that you like this and should be shared amongst everyone else in the aviation community, and also if anyone that likes watching things get built. And while you're at it, leave a comment down below. Let me know what you want to see. If the length of the videos that I've been posting is more to your taste,
I like watching
or if they
things
should be
get
shorter
built.
or longer. And also, just generally interact and say hello. I won't bite, I promise. At least not hard. All right, well, as you can see, I've got all of the inner diameter supports for the walls to grab onto better installed. Now I can go ahead and strap down the rear of the shed, the workspace, while I call in for reinforcements to help me sink the other two anchors in the front. So we'll get started on that, and like Mike Patey says, back to work.
Back at it.
All right, I got help. I got Dave. Say hi, Dave.
Hey.
We needed Dave. We really
Actually,
needed Dave.
Looks a lot like
Hi,
Kenny
Dave.
Rogers, or actually Kenny. Well, Kenny's no longer with us, but he really looks like God, who the jazz singer? Who did
You got me.
who did the jazz singer?
I don't know. Okay, I'll hold your phone.
Oh, and we've got Dinosaur, Dino Girl.
Uh-oh. Is this furry?
Porky.
No, just kidding.
Anyway, so obviously this is a family affair. Back to work. The ground here in Central Texas can be rather compact. So getting the garden hose and wetting the ground and making it kind of muddy really helped get these anchors down into the ground. And there I go around and around and around, and getting the other side done. And before you know it, I'm lifting up the base so that we can sink them all the way down and get them all
Okay, now we can literally say that this guy is based.
the way installed.
It's coming together. It's coming together.
All right, well, we got the anchors in. As you can see down there, Dave's doing, working with the bolts here. But the problem is, we don't have a socket wrench large enough to fit this bolt. So we gotta go and find out who has one that we can borrow from, maybe one of the neighbors, or we have to go to the hardware store and buy a wrench or buy a socket set or something, which that's going to be a challenge. So we may end up having to go ahead and put this project back down on the ground, leave the decks, leave the plywood off until I come back home and have the money to get the sockets that I need and bolt this puppy down, and then we can start working on the walls. Until then, it's Check 6 Aviation saying so long, and always check your 6.
See you at the next one.
Like, subscribe down below
To Check 6.
hit that
We'll be
notification
watching the
bell,
next video
and
as well.
peace out. And we're back for another edition of Check 6 Aviation. Welcome aboard, my friends. My name is Raymond Jorn, and this
Hello,
edition
Raymond.
is a continuation of Building the Airplane Factory version 1.0.
All right, let's see it. The airplane factory. He's going to be
Now,
building
on
airplanes
the last
in there,
episode,
actually.
if you haven't seen it yet, go watch it, but not until after you see this one. In the last episode, we saw my buddy Dave over here helping me get these anchors in right down here, and I have since installed the straps on the back too. So if you want to follow
He's
along
strapped.
with the progress here, then head over to my Instagram feed. That is check.6.aviation on Instagram, and feel free to give us a like and subscribe there too. And while you're at it, if you haven't liked this video already, let YouTube know that you like aviation content and building content such as this by hitting that like button and also hitting the notification bell so you don't miss any videos. So on this edition, we're going to install the last 2 straps and start laying down the flooring and plywood for the last time. Let's get back to work.
Let's do it.
All right, well, the battery died, so I finished up what I was doing, and I have all of the anchors in place. Straps are installed. Next, the floor goes down for the final time and in total. And then, after that's done, next time I come home, we'll start working on the walls. Let's get to it.
From the windows to the walls. It's one of those things where it doesn't look like a lot, but it's really a lot. It looks like it's a small space, like, hey, that's not that much, but like, sometimes something that's not so big is actually takes such a long time. It really does. Sometimes.
Well, the sun is set and it's getting dark out, and so therefore it's getting hard, kind of hard to see. So that's all for this episode of Check 6 Aviation.
What? Get the work light out.
Airplane Factory Build Edition.
Just kidding.
Like I said before, if you like videos like
Get
this,
some well-needed
tell
rest,
YouTube
Raymond.
by
You
giving
need
that
it.
thumbs up button, smashing that like button, and while you're at it, if you haven't already, subscribe and hit that notification bell so you don't miss any other content. And if you ever think about building an aircraft of your own, it's completely possible. If someone with very little time can do this, granted, you may have a garage already, and that's perfect because you won't have to go through building your own workshop like I am. This is my choice. I love to build, but you can do this. Just go ahead and if you use my builder number from Van's Aircraft, they'll send me $100. Doesn't cost you anything, and it does help support the channel. So the builder number will be below in the description. So until next time, remember this time and always check your sex.
Thank you, Raymond.
All right, good news, guys. We have a wall. And it's time to raise it.
We're building a wall today.
Dun, dun, dun.
We're building... Okay. Okay.
Yeah, buddy.
That's one that I like. Build a wall and make Raymond pay
On
for
this
it.
edition of Check 6 Aviation,
He already
3 more
did.
walls to go, and then we're building an RV-10. Well, here we are back at it out in the yard, continuing the project of the airplane factory for the RV-10. Here you see me out in the yard with my lovely wife, Amy, helping me a little bit, kind of giving me some pointers, and me just kind of saying, yeah, I already know that. You see, her dad is a carpenter in the Philippines, and with me being the kind of guy that I am, thinking that, yeah, I know a few things, I can sometimes let things go to my head a bit and just say,
Happens to
yeah,
everyone.
I
Happens to
already know
everyone.
that. Those are the most dangerous words in the English language, saying, I already know that. And yet, here I am using them with my wife. But here we are, you see me going ahead
I'm
and
guilty of
laying
that.
out the top and bottoms for the walls and marking them off. I went ahead and took a spare 2x4 that...
Honestly, that's a good, thinking I already know that, for people who say that a lot of the time, everyone's guilty of it. Everyone's guilty of being overconfident, but just don't stay overconfident. Just don't stay overconfident for too long, fella. Ha ha ha.
and tied it down to the back end of the airplane factory version 1.0, and to kind of give me a reference point of where the back wall will be. You see me strapping, kind of taking them up right now, and I'll be laying down another 2x4 in the front to represent where the front doorway will be. And here I am, I'm cutting off the wood that doesn't belong. I'm cutting them to fit, and I'm doing this for, of course, both walls, top stud or top plate and the bottom plate. Maybe I'm not using the best terminology. I already know this.
That's the terminology,
and that's
though.
okay.
That's the terminology.
I know how this is supposed to go, but I know that I had to go back and actually watch a few
This guy knows a lot more
framing
than
videos to
some
kind of
tradespeople
say,
that I've seen. So
okay, dear, yeah, you were right about a few things. Here we are. I'm cutting off the some of the studs. I'm making the walls 7 feet.
I mean, you see this guy, he's building a shed. He's an amateur. He even self-described, he's like a mechanic, but he doesn't normally, I guess, build sheds. So I think it's pretty good for what his experience level is. I think he's pretty good. But from what I've seen so far, would a pad possibly be, honestly, it looks it looks fine to me. It looks fine to me. You know, it's not like it's not like you're doing anything. You know, it's like excessive storage or you just got to know where those studs are on the bottom, so you know where to put the heavy things. And so as long as you know that, then you're good.
Feet high. And I'm doing that for a reason, partly because of zoning laws here in Abilene, Texas. There I go, knocking things down in the background. I don't know if you heard that, but that's okay if you did. Partly because of zoning regulations here in Abilene, and also because I'm going to be hanging things from the rafters for inventory. And I don't want to have to climb up on a step ladder every time. Now, here you'll see me have a big oops. That's when I was nailing together those two pieces of wood and did not get the nail gun perpendicular to the wood, and it shot out one of the pieces, and I basically nailed myself. Luckily,
It makes sense that he nailed himself, considering he's a stud.
the wound was superficial. I'm not posting it here because I don't want to gross anybody out, but hey, if you really want to see it, I did post a picture to my Instagram feed. You can go there, give me a follow over there, and check it out if you want. I'll go ahead and post a direct link in the comment section below. Now here we are. We're finishing up that section right there, finally, and completing the first wall. And well, I didn't really show you
Building a wall.
doing the second wall because I felt that the process was a little too repetitive. But here we go, cutting the studs. I'm going to be placing them 16 inches on center, as is building code, normal building. I don't know how you call it, but
For this little shed, who's pulling a permit? Well, maybe he's not. I don't know if he's pulling a permit. Maybe he just wants it to be to code, which, respect. I mean, the code's there for a reason, after all.
the normal way of building a wall, 16 inches on center, placing them there, and I keep doing this until I have all of them. But I did go ahead and try something here, and that was, I had the bright idea of trying to cut all the rest of them at once. As I recall, it didn't work out so well. All right, we're back at it. As you can see back there, we've got both of the long walls framed. The only thing I've got to do with one of the long walls is I have this window to install. This is just a temporary thing. I know it's not what you would normally do in a normal window framing installation, but for right now,
Look at that
we're
dance.
working on the front
Hey,
with the
she
door
got the
opening.
moves. She got the
So,
moves.
Let's get to it. So here we are, looking at the wood and saying, hey, wait a minute. Serena, I need some stuff. So we're cutting in, we're starting on the framing and construction of the front wall, the front door opening and the front wall. And I realized that, hey, I need to move the walls that I've built already. Now, I mentioned before that I've got the window, but I will, I'm going to be taking that window and taking one of the walls, and I'm actually going to be, just figuring out where I want to place it on the wall. I have this picture, this idea in my mind. I have not written down any plans, and yeah, I know this is kind of not the way you really build something professionally, but I know it'll work out. I know it will. But I digress. So
It'll work. It'll work.
in a few minutes, I will be raising the walls because I realize, hey, I need some place to lay out the front door, the front opening, the front wall. And so, but here in the, what I'm doing is I'm kind of deciding how long I want the opening to be. The doorposts, I guess you might want to call it.
Probably
I
on the
want them
bigger
to
side.
be. And then
He's
I
gonna
go
be
ahead
storing a lot of stuff.
and figure out, look at, here's a tip. If you're going to be building anything, get the wood as you need it. Don't let it stay sitting around, or if you do have it indoors if you can, because, well, I have a lot of scrap wood that I probably won't be able to use because it's warped because it's been outside. Oops. I know. Rookie mistake.
Happens to the best of us.
But here I am taking taking a piece that I actually can use a portion of, and enlisting the help of my little ones, Madeline and Serena. Madeline is the younger one of the two. And cutting the top of the wall, and here we go. We're raising the other two walls here in a moment. And I found a board on the fence that was just bugging me, so I just had to kind of nail it back into place, and otherwise it would fall over. So here we go. Scoot, 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 and up and over.
Voila!
I don't let them sit like this, of course. But in a moment, we'll see that as you can tell from before, the sun is kind of set. It's kind of late in the day when I recorded this. And the front door, the front wall is kind of taking shape now. So this is getting towards the end of the video because the sunlight is just getting too dark.
I like that.
operate.
The sun,
But
when the sun sets, the video ends.
this is almost the completion of this step. I will be, after this video is done and complete, I'll be continuing on, and I'll be actually all caught up in the video making process and editing as far as the build portions go. I have several other videos of unboxing different tools and what they're for. What I'll probably end up doing is just laying them all out once I get the workbench put together and installed. I've got plans for those, actual physical plans from EAA. And there we go. That is the end of this day's building progress. Yeah, if you want to support this channel at all, other than giving us a like and subscribe, then by all means, please, go out and become a Patreon subscriber. The top, our flight crew gets a T-shirt that is just absolutely awesome. Bye for now, and remember, always
Goodbye for now,
check your
Raymond.
six. On this edition of Tech 6 Aviation, we have some major updates on the progress of the Airplane Factory version 1.0.
Let's see it. Let's see it. I expect to see some progress.
All right, folks, we're back at it here, but
I expect to see
we're
some
gonna be
progress.
taking a short break while I head back out on the road and haul some loads and make some money. Now that the truck is
That's most
finally
important, making
back
some
out of
money.
the shop from a clutch replacement, but we have some major updates here. It's kind of looking a little bit like a jail, and I didn't get this on video, but I did get the progress leading up to this that I will edit after we get back from Oshkosh. So this is just a short, quick update But we did have some time with the fam while I was home. I'll put together a little, my little one, Madeline. Not this one. This is Serena. With her dino mask. That thing cracks me up every time. But my littlest one, Madeline, she can be just as funny as silly Serena here. And check this out. I had a new subscriber ask me a question on a previous video, and it was very, very good one, so thank you very much. But the question was, what is the square footage required to build an RV10? Very good question. There is none. There is no requirement for square footage to build an RV10. However, when I took a look at the plans, at the size for each part, namely the fuselage kit, the empennage kit, which is the very first kit that you start with because that's where the serial number for the plane is, and also the size for the wings, I figured that I could get by with 8 foot wide by 16 foot long for the empennage kit here. And then across the street, my wife and I purchased a vacant lot where we'll put a house on it, and I'll build Airplane Factory version 2.0. The reason why I chose those dimensions is because here in Abilene, Texas, they have a section of the building code that says that if a structure is a temporary structure, which technically this is not because I've got it anchored, and
Brother, just say whatever, say whatever to get the building. I mean, I shouldn't be saying this, but if it's for a shed, I mean, it's got a proper roof on it. It seems like he knows his limitations, and that's really important. But a shed that's like a classic DIY project. So, I mean, he seems like he's more capable than the average Joe, and I think you just need to be simply the average Joe to build a shed. But that's just my opinion. Let me know what you guys think.
it is under 200 square foot, I don't need a building permit. So I'm going to, that was my starting point. And I figured with the size of the empennage kit, I could get away with building that here. And while I'm building the empennage kit, the tail kit here, I can start stacking cash and put, for the house and the Airplane Factory version 2.0 across the street. So thank you very much. And by the way,
thank
like
you,
I said,
Raymond.
I don't bite, at least not hard, unless you really want me to.
Raymond,
but leave
don't
a
tempt
comment
me.
down below.
Don't
Just
tempt
to
me.
give you a little bit of a scope and size of this. 8 foot wide.
It's a proper shed. It's a proper
16
shed.
foot deep by 7 foot tall for the studs, which and interior space will be sufficient enough to build at least the tail kit, at least the tail. And of course, I've got my window framed here. This is how we did this, and
Look
here,
good
I'll
to
show
me.
you this in a second. But I got the window in. I wanted the window not just for some light, but for some air conditioning. It's Texas. It's hot. It's it
well,
can get Hades hot.
now I know that Raymond is a person who I would really, really want to be friends with. He says just things before I think of them. I kind of wanted to take credit for the air conditioning thing, but that was all him. He probably knows more than me. Like I'm not, like he probably knows more than me on. I mean, he builds aircrafts, so that's yeah. Anyways, let's keep watching.
Down here, but yeah, that's where we're at right now. But we're getting ready to hit the road. We'll be traveling to California, picking up in San Antonio, traveling to California, finaling on this load in the Portland area, and then we're going to spend 4th of July in Salt Lake City. So with that, yeah, as always, hit the like button, subscribe. If you choose to not hit the like button and hit the dislike button, leave a comment down below and tell me why.
No.
What can I do to improve? I mean,
Who's
if
gonna-
you're just looking at things simply on looks alone, I don't know if it's my...
How could you dislike this dude? How could you dislike this dude's content? I mean, look at this frame right here. I think I'm gonna leave it on this, and then I will be right back. Right back, everyone. All right. We are back. We are back. Happy to say we are back. Now let's get this rolling again.
Personal looks or the channel, you just don't like content like this, that's okay if you don't like content. But if you, just don't watch it. But either way, it doesn't affect me. You know, I quit thinking about, the reasons why people don't like me a long time ago. I don't care, really. But either way, if you do like content like this, please hit the like button. It really does help the channel. It does tell
like
the
him.
YouTube algorithm that
Like his videos
and
like him as a fellow.
Shared with as many people as possible, and it also gets
Helping
the
you
word
spread it.
out
Helping
about
you
this
spread it,
build
Raymond.
that we're coming up, that we're getting ready to do. So with that, it's time to hit the road. As always, I love you. Thank you. I'm very appreciated by your continued support and subscribing to the channel, and I wish you nothing but the best. Remember, peace, love, and always check your six.
Peace and love, Raymond. Peace and love. Gotta love Raymond. Really do.
It's a beautiful day outside. Let's build.
Let's do it.
Welcome back, my friend, to another edition of
Strike
Check
while
6
the day is hot.
Aviation Builder Edition, where we're tackling getting together the workspace, the future workspace of the RV10 build project. What I'm doing here is I'm getting some lumber together to install what's called a California corner on the back wall. I'm also going to be doing this to the side walls as well.
There's no New York corner?
In addition to the front door space. But what the California corner is it's an additional piece of lumber on the inside portion. It gives the drywall something to bite onto. Safety is always paramount, so wear the proper protection.
Good man. Good man.
So here we go. We're good. Yeah, got the first piece up there. Checking for the fit, not realizing, hey, you forgot that you had already cut both California corners for the back wall. You'll see me off frame here. I've got a sander that's on the porch, a belt and disc sander machine. So I'm kind of making sure that everything is square to get into, making sure that it fits, because as always with any build project, measure twice, cut once.
That is very important.
I have made a lot of firewood. You see the pit, the fire pit down in the lower left corner there.
See it?
And trust me, I will be making more firewood as this process goes forward. So as I'm running around here, here's the California corner as it is finished. That's what it looks like. So nailing everything down, getting everything together. I was considering breaking this video up into a couple different videos, but then I decided at the last minute today just to go ahead and put it all together, make it one video, get it all done. And I still have the bracing in between the studs to do for the back wall. I've got to do.
Brace yourselves.
I think I've got the stud bracing done for the side walls already shown here, but I'm doing
specifically. This is what I believe he means, that between the studs. Well, I know these guys here as fire blocks, these little blocks here, they prevent, if there's a fire that starts near the ground, it prevents the fire from rushing up to the ceiling as quick. And they're staggered too, and that's also standard. Yeah, I see staggered sometimes. I see not staggered other times. I'm not 100% sure on the benefits and downfalls to each, but for the most part, I see staggered. Looks like it's coming together, though.
Putting in the California corner on the other side so that, like I said, it's all about the drywall. I'm thinking 2 steps ahead, 3 steps ahead, making sure that this build project goes as smooth as possible, because the tail kit is now paid for and I'm just waiting on it to be crated and shipped. I'm estimating sometime in the middle to end of October, maybe early November, I don't know. It's all up to Van's Aircraft at this point. And by the way, I did tour Van's Aircraft. If you haven't seen that video yet, follow the link that is on the top right corner and that will take you to it. As I see here, is what I'm doing here is I had the between stud bracing done on one of the walls, but not the other one. So yeah, you see that I've got all the bracing done for the back wall on the right, and the looks like I've got, yes, I have not put in the window yet, the window frame on that wall, but I did do that. I didn't film it. I apologize, but I got a little bit. I was in the mindset at that time that, hey, listen, I've only got a limited amount of time before I have to go back out on the road and participate in the supply chain that is the lifeblood of our nation's economy. So I wanted to go ahead and get as much done that I had after filming.
Brother's a
before
hustler.
having to go back out. So, but anyway, I also, if you want to see where we're at currently, then there's another video that I have that I made a quick update just before leaving for Oshkosh. Oh, speaking of Oshkosh, I'm going to have another video coming out in the near future about my experiences there and a lot of cool products that I saw in the hangars for the product vendors section, and let me tell you, there were a lot. So cutting the bracing here for the finish off the other wall.
Building a wall. We're building a wall.
Even though I'm using a nail gun, I'm also using screws because, except for the bracing. The bracing is just there for vertical support so that the studs don't move a whole lot. But what I would do for the studs themselves to the upper and lower plates is I would do two nails on either end of the stud and a screw in the middle to give it a little bit extra bite, because, well, the nails that are in this nail gun, they're not like the driven nails. They will come out very easily, much to my chagrin and dismay, but it's all fixable. So
Those are what we call happy little accidents. Shout out Bob Ross.
Now the bracing spacing is done at 3 foot and 4 foot from the bottom. And that was a little tip that I got from another YouTube video on basic framing tips. At first I didn't think I needed to do all that, but my wife, she said, yeah, this is the way you do it. It's kind of an old school technique. It's not really necessary, but it does add a little bit of structural support. And of course, up and over, and now it is on to fabricating the front wall, the door frames. And we got basically just a couple L's that I'll have to move a whole bunch of lumber right there by my nail gun, which not a problem. I do have kind of an oops coming up where I made a whole bunch of firewood, and I'll talk about that here in a moment. But there is I'm using the deck as a template for the width. Now, this is actually the beginning of day 3. This is the morning of day 3. You see the sun's kind of low on the horizon. The girls had just been taken to school, and I got out there because, let's face it, it's Texas. It was hot. It was in the middle of June, and it was blazing hot in the midday.
They got to start early.
And
Texas,
here
they got to start early.
Oops, another different oops. The outer two
need a lot of water breaks.
Support braces were a little bit too long. They were like maybe a 1/16 or an 1/8 inch too long, and I had to nail them, to knock them out. And in order to get them in line with the length of the middle 3, and of course I was pounding out the nails. And let me tell you, I wish that I had Mr. Miyagi, because as you see here in the inset, I was actually having a little bit of an issue with getting those nails out, but eventually persistence prevailed and success.
I'm proud of you for getting the nails out. And I'm proud to anybody who had to get some bullshit nails out of wood or out of anything, or getting anything out of anything. If somebody got something out of another thing with difficulty, I'm proud of you for doing that. I really am.
It was insured. Now here I've got nail gun in hand. I've tried screwing in those braces, but the Torx bit, I've gone through so many Torx bits in the process that because what they'll do is they'll get worn down and they'll start stripping the screw, and I'll have to go run to Lowe's or Home Depot or whichever and get a brand new one. Because, well, my drill isn't one of those impact drills. And here is
impact. This is a lot of people. I've seen some guys where they had experience. They could just drill something in, to the roof so easily, and I would try and do the same thing, and not like I would put my full weight on the drill, on the impact. I couldn't get it in. I'd be like, hey, it's not going in. They'd be like, really? 2 seconds. Shoop, put it in. Some people are a different breed. Some people are a different breed. I love it. I love it. I love the hustle. And I also love the opportunities to relax. I love them both.
Mistake in 3, 2, 1. I'm picking up that board and I'm laying it on the bottom of the foot, so it's not like where the bottom board of the foot itself for that column is sandwiched in between. And I realize that here in a moment, but the reason why this is a big oops is because it really determines the width of the intermediate bracing for the column. So I basically cut 8 pieces of bracing to the exact same size, then realize that, hey, I should have put it somewhere else. You know, they should be longer because I'm going to move the board.
Hopefully he doesn't step on a few of those boards. Otherwise he might be walking the plank.
Here you'll see me creating, taking them over to the fire pit and just starting over, because no matter what you're building, there's always going to be an oops. It's not, darn, I had an oops, what do I do now? It's how you overcome it. It's you going forth and continuing on, and forgiving yourself for messing up and just moving forward and soldiering on.
Yes.
And there is the massive realization of what I did wrong. And so
Couldn't have said it better myself.
there's the correction. Basically all I did was I went ahead and marked, put it up against the top of the door frame itself and marked it on the underside. There's everything going into the fire pit. And starting from scratch.
That can get annoying. No doubt.
These are all primarily scrap pieces at this point. And that, I'm just trying to use as much of the scrap as possible. I think that is
You might as well.
what any job site would do to cut down on costs.
I think that's pretty normal.
Because at this point, lumber
That's-
was still sky high. It's still expensive.
I'm pretty sure
It has
that's...
come down, but it is still expensive. I just dropped $400 on plywood to use as the outside sheathing for the walls.
Yeah, if you're doing a DIY like this,
And it is currently
you
Thursday,
you can get a little bit
September
creative.
30th,
more.
the last day of September, as I'm recording this voiceover for this video. And this Saturday, I'm going to be not only sheathing the walls, but I've got another oops that I'm correct. There's always going to be oopses, always going to be mistakes that I'm correcting. And I
course.
know that there are going to be mistakes even on the RV10 when I do get it.
That's life. If you're not making mistakes, then you're not growing.
Coming up this Saturday, I'm going to be sheathing up the exterior walls with plywood and wrapping the whole project in Tyvek and installing the window permanently. But I've got another oops that I've got to fix. I'll explain that in the beginning of the next video in this series. I've got another series that I've started called, it's called Check 6 Visits, where I'm going to be going and visiting a whole bunch of manufacturers, Vans Aircraft being the first one. I want to go ahead and get over to Stein Air. The people over there are great. They make excellent panels. to your specifications. I love the back of their t-shirt that says, "We're not happy until you're broke." And if you've ever looked at the price of avionics, you will understand what they mean, because this stuff ain't cheap. It's aviation. What can I say? Yes, it's experimental, but I'm thanking God that it is not certified, because that is uber expensive.
That makes sense.
So at this point, we're just going ahead and making the other 4 support horizontal support pieces for the other wall, or for the other side of the door frame. And marking everything at 16 inches on center.
That's right, that's right.
And at this point, I'm looking at in the wood pile that's standing up for a suitable piece, and have, of course, found it. And off the excess goes. And let me tell you, it's a pain to be working with only one extension cord for this project. One extension cord,
That would be
2
annoying.
power tools. I'm always switching back and forth with what is plugged into the extension cord.
Solution: surge protector at the end of the extension cord. JK. I don't know if that would be good.
Just about done, and I have a bit of a locking interface between the 4 walls with the bottom plate and the top plate, and I will show that to you guys on the next video as well in this series. So that's about it for this edition of Check 6 Aviation. I really appreciate you watching, and by all means,
It's a pleasure to be here.
If you like aviation or building content, give this channel a thumbs up. We really appreciate it. It helps the YouTube algorithm know that this video needs to be shared far and wide. And if you wish to support us beyond that, then visit our Patreon page and consider signing up to be one of our patrons. Welcome back to another edition of Check 6 Aviation. This is some footage that I had thought I had lost. My name's Raymond, as always, and here we go, we're getting set up. Now, this is just before we had left for Oshkosh and had given that quick update. If you haven't seen that video yet, I'll put a link to it in the top right corner, and you'll be able to go and check that out after you're done watching this. This is just going to be a very short one. We've got the walls put temporarily braced up,
From the windows to
but
the
I
walls.
have yet to put on what's called the top and bottom plate. Now, those are just basically long pieces of lumber, 2x4, that span the entire length of the wall. Actually, I've got it rigged so that they are a little bit longer than each of the longer walls, because then that will give me something to lock into place the front and back walls. So it's kind of like a jigsaw puzzle, like a really big jigsaw puzzle that I've concocted in my mind. This is absolutely being done without any plans. Yes, because I was inverted, but this is just all upstairs, and also using some knowledge that I gained working with my father when I was younger. So here we are actually figuring out that, hey, listen, my wife was actually right about something else, that I needed to basically trim some of the boards for the top and bottom plate. This is the bottom plate that I'm working on right now, and I'm making the top plate the same length for the wall that is by our next door neighbor. They are in position the way that I want them, with the California corners on each side, and there we go, lowering that down into place to check the fit. I decided
California
that I actually don't
corner.
really need to cut anything off of that
Where
one.
people can be
That it is
California
fine,
sober.
and I will use that one for the bottom plate. The bottom plate just rests, it's what the wall rests on, and I'll use that to kind of interlock the front and back walls into the side walls. Now, like I said, this is just going to be a very short video. I'm surprised that I even have this. So we'll go ahead and get into this. Now what's coming up is I've got the entire thing sheathed. That's coming up in another video that I'm putting together. But right now the van's tail kit is actually almost completed with crating and could be here the first week of November. So I've got to really hustle on getting this thing done, this workshop done, and get the other videos taken care of. That's what I'm going to be working on this week. It still needs a roof. I'm going to be working on that this week, and I've got a friend of mine who is an electrician coming over the weekend to kind of lay out what I need for electricity
in some shocking places,
into the structure,
if you know what I mean,
as far as wattage and actually not wattage, but amperage. Yeah, because I don't want to overload things, and so we're going to have to dig a ditch into the main electrical box.
Someone correct me.
From the airplane factory version 1.0 here, and tie everything into power. But before I do that, I'm going to be working on getting the roof joists fabricated and installed, and then getting the sheathing on the roof and just shingling away. And then after that, I've got the doors to fabricate and the window to install there, because like I said, it's Texas. It does get hot in the summer, as the light is fading right now in the video.
Are from
it's kind of later in the day. But
Texas.
Thankfully, this is in the first parts of fall right now, so it's not very hot outside. I mean, it gets cold at night here, and we're basically in warm weather compared to the northern states. So
they get some
with
snow out
everything
there.
that's going on in California right now, that is a really big help for me financially, because that is providing a lot of the money that I need for the airplane. Light's getting dim, so we're wrapping things up here. As we see here, getting still working on those top and bottom plates, kind of letting them overhang by the width of a 2x4 on each side, and that will be the interlocking feature for the walls. I don't know if this is the way it's actually done in modern construction.
Now they out late. Now they are.
Leave a comment down below if you know whether this is the way it's done with the walls, or if there's some other way. This is the way I'm doing it, and that's okay.
True, totally okay.
Here we are. We're going to wrap this thing up. Leave a comment down below, like, subscribe, and by all means, check out our other social media pages, like our Instagram. We'll go ahead and post things there, but also to support the channel.
Check them out.
Other than the likes and subscribes, visit our Patreon page. We really appreciate you.
He is a cool channel.
Supporting us and watching our videos. It does help the YouTube algorithm tell the YouTube that
get them on the algo. Get them on the algo. Algorithm.
Until next time, remember this time, and always check your six.
Check 126.
On this edition of Check 6 Aviation, Houston, we have a problem.
Uh-oh.
Welcome back to another edition of Check 6 Aviation. I've got some neighbors here from across the street. This is Sammy and his significant other, Christina.
Hi, Sammy,
And
Christina.
We're going to go ahead and manhandle this thing back into plumb.
Let's do it.
So this is what we're going to do. We are going to have these guys push on this while to get this bubble in the center, and I'm going to adjust the bracing over there until it is back into plumb, and we'll see what we can do.
We'll see. We'll see.
Push hard.
You got it. You got it.
Yep, just about there.
You got it. 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 Nice.
Okay, and then we're going to push, and we're going to make sure that it's the same way on the other side. Which it is. We're back in
Mission
we are
accomplished.
back in action, and let's get to it.
Houston. That was no problem at all, Houston.
All right, so
no problem at all,
in the
Houston.
course of waiting for me to get back home off the road and get things done here, we've had Mother Nature kind of create a couple of squawks that I have to fix. Number one being that up there is kind of separated up till about there. So what I'll do is I'll take a little bit of glue, construction glue, and then this one over here is kind of coming the same thing, kind of doing the same thing. And then that one over
Nothing a
there,
little adhesive can't
she's
fix.
always weird.
A bunch of goofballs.
All right, so
Gotta
as I
love
was
it.
saying, this is what I'm working with, thanks to Mother
I'm a
Nature.
goofball myself.
I mean, I could go ahead and just nail it back into the holes, but yeah, I want to make sure that it stays that way. So we are going to take, and I've got this cut on a 45-degree angle, and we are going to
Nice. Get your caulk out. Get your caulk out right there. Nice.
oh god, this is like so hard to do. I'm gonna use my other hand,
Come on, put your.
the strong one. Oh, poke a hole? Oh, that would. I have to poke a hole. That would explain why it's hard.
Oh. Rookie mistake. I've been there. I've been there.
Okay, this should go a lot easier now. Well, at least some. There we go. Yeah, buddy, there it goes. So you don't miss any antics going forward, please consider subscribing to this channel. It does tell the YouTube algorithm that you like content
nice.
like this, and by all means, hit that notification bell while
Got
you're
the
at
caulk
it.
out.
So that way you get notified whenever I upload new content.
You should check this guy out. I do like his content. It makes me feel
Can I
content.
get it in there?
Feed her in, feed her in. Damn, buddy. Looks like the store gave you the bad one.
Alright.
Gorilla Glue can dry out. I know Gorilla Glue can dry out. The Gorilla Glue caulk,
This video was
the Gorilla
shot
Glue
about
caulk can
over the
dry out.
summer of 2021. I'm not exactly sure which month it was. I think it might have been just before we left for Oshkosh. But let me tell you right now, it is just after Christmas, so there has been a lot of progress made between now and then that we just have not been able to get to editing up yet. There is a lot of content yet to come, so be sure you hit that notification bell because there is going to be so much that we're going to be releasing. Also, if you want to see where we're at currently, here's the QR code for our Instagram feed, because I do post a lot on Instagram, probably a little bit more than here, but
Just
you'll
kidding.
at least be able to see where we're at. So head on over there, and if you have not checked out our Patreon page, our Patreon campaign does help provide equipment and also gives you specific special access to certain features and You can get some of our merch. If you become a Flight Crew subscriber, Flight Crew level subscriber, then my mouth might actually work correctly. But otherwise, you'll be able to get one of our exclusive T-shirts, absolutely included in that level. Head on over there and check us out. I'll put links to not only our Patreon page down below, but also to our other social media accounts. We are on Tumblr, we're on Twitter, we're on Facebook. Oh my God! It is, the opportunities are endless here to let the world know that general aviation is a safe mode of travel, and it can be done cheaper than buying a factory certified built aircraft.
If Boeing didn't exist.
Because that's the world of experimental aviation right there. So
I wonder what he would think
stay
about
tuned
all
for more
that.
content coming up.
Got it in the hole, and that's all that matters. Like, you got it in the space, right there. You got it in the space. You get it. If you get it right, you know, like, because put it this way, like, it looks bad here, but this is going to be covered. All this is going to be covered. All of that is going to be covered, and I mean, it's going to be covered, and he's filled the space, so that's mission accomplished. Filled the space. I would do what he's doing. Maybe some slight things here and there different, but like, I mean, he's got it down. He's got it down. You got it. You got it. Nice. I can hold your hand real quickly and support you in this moment. And for that, we say, Amen. Get it tight, get it tight. The difference between a good carpenter and a great carpenter is the one that uses a little bit more adhesive. The one that prevents the stair from cracking, puts in those little details. Or creaking, I meant.
Alright, with that taken care of, it's time to put some plywood on these walls. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take and put some adhesive on each of the studs up to about 4 foot and screw them in so that the
call me adhesive because I'm stuck on this video
really
right
well
now
against the studs. And use as much. Let's see, make sure I've got
it's her own shed, so I mean,
which I
you might as well splurge a little bit. Do it right or do it twice, as they say. I know this is sped up, but you can't let that dry too quickly. You gotta place it. If it were me, I would have done smaller sections just so I wouldn't have to rush to place it before it dried. But he's doing it the correct way. If it's done the correct way, does it matter how you get there? I don't think so. They got it, they got it.
Well, this is just a case where I'll have to make do. I'll have to fill in. No. I know it's probably not going to be level. So we'll just have to make do with the best we can with what we got.
Use what you got.
That's right.
Use what you got. That's very true. Okay, I don't want to get too close. I don't want to get drilled by Raymond by accident. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Okay. I think I know what. Instead of putting it down to the bottom. Yeah. Bottom first. Instead of keeping it up from the bottom, just put it up on the deck.
If we can.
If we can. Can we do it? Yes, 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 we can.
It's on the deck.
It's on the deck, but it needs to be tacked over a bit.
Yeah. The hammer was right there the whole time.
Okay, now maybe I... Nice. Looks good. Looks good. You got it. You got it. Almost, almost, almost. Almost. You got it. 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 It's in. You have it. You have it. There you go. There you go. It's in. Better than some contractors that just give you the tip. You know what I mean? Jeez. Whew. Okay, now I'm getting drilled.
From this side, Christine. From above. No,
I'm sorry, I had to.
like down further. Over, like put it underneath my chin, basically.
Oh.
No, under, straight. Underneath. Underneath.
Oh.
Like.
Oh.
Christina did finally get the camera angle right that I wanted, but in the interest
All
of
about the
time,
angles.
we're not going to go ahead and show this video, show that the rest of in this video. But what we are
His
going
wife
to
is
do
wise.
that, because this video has gone on is getting to the point where I really want to cut things off, unless of course you like the longer videos up to 30
I don't
minutes,
mind them.
maybe 40 minutes.
I don't mind them.
Or you just
I
want
don't.
to get this part of the build prep done and over with like I do, because I want
Whatever
to get
you
to
feel
the-
comfortable
to
with.
building the Vans Aircraft RV10. Then leave a comment down below. Let me know if that's what you're looking for. How can I improve? Basically, do you want different angles? Did you like the different shots, the different
good.
views that I was able to cut and intersplice into this
I love the
video?
views.
Leave a comment down below and let me know. I really appreciate you watching, and like I said, follow us on our other social media sites for updates on where we are right now. We'll cut this short at just under 17 minutes. Appreciate you watching, and until next time, remember this time and always check your sex.
Always checking. Always checking. Check, check.
If you see me tapping, it's not because I'm tapping in a nail. I'm actually seating the screw. It's a trick that Sammy had taught me. Now, you'll see he's got the level right there. What he's actually doing, Sammy's a smart guy, let me tell you. We don't have a chalk line set for the studs, so he's kind of using the level as kind of a gauge, a ruler, if you will, to get an idea of where that
Use what you
stud
have.
would be for the best position to put the screw in.
Oh, I think I might know a thing or two about positions to put a screw in.
At
Let me
this
tell you.
point, we're getting towards the end of the day for day 2 of this point in the project, and
This is day 2?
lights kind of fading. There you see the sun go down and the
I've seen
lights
lights
come out
fade
of the cell
on
phones.
More
Christina
than
doing
2
her best,
occasions,
of
I
course.
think. Or maybe I
Many
didn't.
hours later.
All right, my friend, it's day 3 of this build project for this home time before I have to go back out on the road tomorrow morning and haul some loads to go ahead and get some more money for not only the house but also this project here. So let me show you what we've done so far. Obviously,
sense.
we've got three
Let's see.
pieces of plywood on the wall facing the house. I do have to kind of put in a little bit, I've got to screw in that top side there. And then the idea is that my wife and I,
My
can
wife.
Go ahead and get the lower pieces on this side put in before Sammy gets home from work, and hopefully we'll have enough daylight. We're down to crunch time here. We're really down to crunch time here.
Oh yeah, is this the afternoon or is this?
Like I said, tomorrow is
Now
back
this
on the
looks like
road,
afternoon
and
sun,
I've
to
got
be honest.
get all
It does.
the rest of this plywood up and get this thing wrapped before I leave tomorrow. So let's see if we can go ahead and get that done, and let's go ahead and crunch it out.
Let's do it.
Let's go back to work.
Grind time. Grind time.
This is about the time that I figured out, hey, you know what? I could run a chalk line from the top plate all the way down and get an idea of where the stud would be for the bottom two panels. And once again, the sun sets, and here come the lights out so that we can continue working
Now
after
they got the
dark
work lights.
and get this portion
go.
of the project
There we
finished
go.
up.
Many hours later.
I knew the work lights needed to come.
All right, my friend. Well, here's what we've got going so far. We did get a lot done last night. As a matter of fact, we got all of the plywood hung and up on the framework. But we still have the doors to fabricate. That'll have to wait until after I get back. You hear the dogs in the background, but you're listening to my voice here. But let me show you what we got going on. So
Let's
this
see.
is what I've got to get done today. I've got to get the extra on the walls cut off, and then we're going to take that and use that over here to cover up what little bit of plywood did not cover up the frame. And
Makes
then
sense.
I'm gonna trim up
Wood's expensive.
the rest of the window here,
Wood is
And
very
then-
expensive.
wrap this puppy in Tyvek. Now, what is the Tyvek? The Tyvek
No,
is a
what were you gonna
moisture
say about
barrier.
wrapping?
It serves
Never
as
mind.
a way to protect the plywood in preparation for putting on the whatever sheet, whatever siding or whatever I'm going to put on the outside. So it helps to seal in, and because the reason why
Waterproof.
I'm doing this is because
Essentially.
I'm putting an air conditioner in that window, and so I want to have the most energy efficiency as possible. I'm also going to put insulation on the interior walls. So let's get back to work.
I'm with it. I'm with it.
Three weeks later.
All right, my friend, we're back at it. Day 5.
All right, my friend.
Can you believe it already? Day 5. I've tried doing this for, getting this done for 5 days now. Made a lot of progress in those 5 days, but they have not been consecutive days. I will give you that. So the last time I was here, I was trying to get everything done and get this thing wrapped up before I had to head back out on the road. Well, that didn't happen. You see I'm in different clothes right now. And basically, this is where we're at. We're gonna tackle that lip right there, get that all cut off, and then we're gonna wrap this puppy up and get that window in. And then I gotta head back on the road, heading to Connecticut this time on a massive load, and then back here because I gotta get some work done on the truck. So it'll be, we're gonna shoot for putting on the roof after I get back. So let's get to it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. That's an annoying cut to do.
Wow, as you can see, that was
Looks
dusty.
good from
I
my
had
house.
sawdust all over me.
Yeah,
on
that's
my
an
hat,
annoying cut to
even
make.
down my shirt. I know you didn't want to see me with my shirt off, so I did that off
Well,
camera, and I got everything
okay,
off.
never
but
mind.
I still got some little fine particles, so I'm gonna have my wife take care of that for me in just a second.
Okay, now he's getting blown. Now he's getting blown. As soon as he gets blown, he already has his cock out again? What is this? Okay. So in a short time frame, he got blown. He took his cock out.
You may or may not have
and
seen
then he drilled
that,
something.
I was using the jigsaw,
My
and then I
man.
switched over to the circular saw. The reason for that is because, well, I broke a saw blade. So off to Lowe's we
It's
go.
saw
get another
good.
blade, and then trim that down because it is now sticking out a good deal. And we'll go ahead and get that taken care of, get that sawed up from the top, and then wrap this puppy, and then it's back on the road. Hey, if you want to help out the channel at all, the easiest way that you can do it is to go ahead and leave a comment down below what you want to see, what you like about the channel, what you dislike, especially if you dislike, because that does help me improve. Give a
be in the
thumbs
back
up on the
seat.
channel, and by all means, help me get to at least over 1,000 subscribers. Right now, as the recording of this video, I'm at 152 subscribers, and I really appreciate those that have subscribed, but I need to get more so that I can unlock a lot more features with YouTube. So share this video, especially if you
I'm
know
with ya.
anyone that
I'm with
likes
ya.
aviation content.
trying to
or even
unlock those
building
features
content
myself.
like this, and I really appreciate you. On my way out to Lowe's, here we go. So we did go ahead and
It's a
get the
sobering
blades
store.
right here, but I
No highs
decided
there.
that I wanted a saw of my own because I am still in carpenter tool gathering stage, at least. And so I picked up this bad boy right here.
Lowe's decent.
But when I opened it up, and it's a good thing I did because I found out batteries not included. So it's back to Lowe's and pick up the battery, then back to home, and back to work.
Sounds good. Man's a hustler. Get after it.
All right, so I've got the corner all buttoned in, all dialed out, dialed. Got the corner all dialed in, and in looking and checking over my work, preparing for the wrap, I discovered that I had not put enough screws in along the window, and then
Okay.
this is why
No harm, no
you try
foul,
and
my
get
man.
your
No harm, no
seams
foul.
on a stud. But I've got a good fix for that. I just take a piece of scrap plywood, put it in the back, have my wife hold it in, and I'll just screw it from this side and try and get it flush.
Easy.
So with that,
Easy.
it's back to work.
Better do this now than, after painted or drywall. No harm, no foul. No harm, no foul.
All right, dusty again. Whew.
Happens to the best of
Okay,
us.
So I discovered that this corner had a little bit of an overhang. Went ahead and chopped that off. Went ahead and tidied up this corner over here and got that excess off. And now it's time to wrap this puppy. So let's do it.
Let's wrap. Don't be silly, wrap your willy. Don't be silly, wrap your willy. In Tyvek. Tyvek and Trojan. The combo we never thought. We never thought. But maybe it's about to happen. I could see it. Tyvek and Trojans, they're partnering with Lowe's and, you know, putting out some condoms for, you know, any contractor. Any contractor out there who, you know, happens to be getting it down after work in one form or another. I think it could work. But maybe that's just random thinking. It's good he's got help. This would just be... You could do it. This part, you could, but it's a lot faster with somebody else, no doubt. Nice. Nice. You ripped it. No, you have to do that to get inside. Now he's gonna rip the window. I think. Yeah, there he goes. Good work. I'll pretend that was my idea. That's a little windy.
Well, my friend, that's a wrap. I know, dad joke. But anyway, I have really got to...
That was perhaps the best joke I have ever heard of all time, and I'm not even kidding.
Get going. I've got to get up to Connecticut. I will be back next week. Trek's got to go in the shop again. We still haven't found the air leak on the rig, so I'll have a little bit more time to finish this up. I still have to get the corners up there, you know, trimmed
You'll
up.
get to him, buddy.
And get everything
Don't be so
situated.
hard on yourself.
But
Don't be
for
so
right
hard on
now,
yourself.
It's looking pretty good. Yeah, I've got a little bit down there to do, but you know what? I don't know if I'm really going to worry about that. I know I've got to tape this up before I leave, though. I will get up on the ladder and get that all situated and tidy that up, as well as the corner. It's down here. I've got it all the way around now, and essentially, Raymond is a happy camper. So with that, like I said, like,
If Raymond's a happy
subscribe,
camper,
comment
then I'm a
down
happy
below,
camper.
Share with your friends. It really does help the channel. And if you want to see the most recent progress, follow us on Instagram, because I do post pictures up there as well.
Don't have to follow. We'll follow along
before
right now.
the videos come out here. So with that in mind, oh, and if you really, really want to support the channel, become a Patreon subscriber as well. That will, all proceeds will go to help defray some of the costs for the airplane, and plus I might donate some to charity here and there. It'll be, of course, an aviation related charity, probably a scholarship fund of some sort. But next, we got to fabricate the doors and cover those in Tyvek as well, and then we'll work on the roof. With that in mind, Raymond signing off, and remember, always check your six. Peace.
Check your six. I'm not sure exactly what that means. Maybe somebody could enlighten me. If that is something.
Order about the same amount over there.
Okay, let's see this one.
On this edition of Check 6 Aviation, it's time to raise the roof.
Let's do it. Let's raise the roof. Let's raise the roof.
All right, my friends, we're back at it out here in my yard here. Well, it's not my yard. I'm renting the place, but still, this is what we've got going on here. So
Let's
we've got 10-foot 2x4.
Some more lumber.
I've got some 12-foot. I
lumber.
probably didn't need the 12-foot, but I figured it'd be better to have too much lumber than not enough. And I'm
happy you have it.
constructing the roof joists
Even if
for up there. And we're going to take the whole week
otherwise you can return
and
them.
get as far as we can on this project before I have to go back to work on the 8th, November 8th. So what I've done is I've taken my roofing square here, and I have, this is a 90-degree angle, for 45, and taken the pivot point and gone to 60 degrees right there, making sure that I've got it right at the pivot point and marked it. So we'll use 60 degrees here and 30 degrees up at the peak, and we'll go ahead and add some bracing right down the center, and we'll make it look good and keep it sturdy too. I've got a couple more sheets of half-inch plywood for either side, the outside, and we'll go ahead and wrap these in Tyvek before we put it up. And I've got some other bracing right here that we will go ahead and use to keep everything, to attach it. I might have to do, this will go up top, and I might have to do a double joist in the front and the back. Give it a little bit more strength.
Said. Yeah, over it didn't work. However, it didn't work. My bad. Just spread some misinformation for a second. Don't listen to that.
In the front and the back, give it a little bit more strength. Overkill, perhaps, but it's better to have too much than not enough. So
Agreed.
I also have to trim the Tyvek up top, but that'll come as things progress here. But we are in the home stretch of the home stretch, I think. Getting there, getting close. So let's get to it. All right, so what I'm doing here is I'm kind of making a jig. Now that I've got the geometry all set up, I will have a 16-foot 2x4 running for the top. So I've got one of the angles that I've cut off here to kind of act as as a gap. And then I'm going to go ahead and take some of the excess from the 12 foots,
or is it act as a gap?
I cut, and make a kind of something for them to sit for the 16-foot 2x4 to set in as a support piece. So that will go ahead and be. I'll go ahead and make get some of the old plywood and buttress. No, it's not a buttress. I forget what the terminology is called. Leave a comment down below if you know what I mean. And that's how it's going to do. But yeah, I'm kind of putting in some. Screwing in some scrap wood to kind of make this process a little easier. So let's get back to it. This is about the time when I figured that it was very important that I figure out where the center portion is of the middle of the bottom of the truss. And you saw Christina there. Sammy just brought over one of his brand new toys that really proved to be super critical.
New toys? New toys? Let's see.
In getting a lot of these angles right, even though the roofer square did a really good job, it really didn't turn out to be all that consistent. The miter saw actually did the trick. As I'm getting on the gussets here, you might see a bit of my wife with our dog. She's very proud of our fur boy.
So cute.
Reese is his name. He's a little poodle,
Aw,
about 7 years
little
old right
Reese.
about now. And sometimes I feel like I've been replaced, but that's okay. Alrighty, first one done. I
Reese
had
has
wanted
his
to put a cross,
sights set on you.
a support brace in the middle here, but I think I'm going to forgo that on this one at least, maybe, or maybe I'll do it all like this. Either way, the angle and the support bracing there should be enough to hold it, plus with it cramping down on the 2x4 in the middle, going the length of the roof, that should be enough. I've got about, let's see, one down, 12 more to go. Maybe
12 more to go.
Maybe
12 more to go.
13. Who knows?
Maybe 13.
14? Something
14.
like that.
Okay.
Because I may have, like I said, I may have to double these up. For the front. Well, that's the front, and then the back. So, back to work.
Back to work.
All right, guys, it is Friday, November 5th, as of the recording date and time of this video. We've got some major progress here. We've got almost all of the trusses that
Trust
I
me,
need
bro.
for
Trust
the
me, bro.
roof. We've got one on the table, one more to make. But for right now, we have to get everything out of here and lay down some new flooring. Why? Because the plane, the first kit, the empennage kit, is on its way about mid-morning in a few hours here. So exciting news, but I gotta get to work. So let's go.
Oh man.
The reason why I wanted to lay down
DIY,
the
but it's
new
still a project.
plywood on the floor is because the existing plywood, the original plywood, has been exposed to the elements for so long
I was gonna say.
that I didn't want to have. I also wanted to have the additional support. The existing plywood, the original plywood, was laying across the structure. From one long end to another long end, and the new sheets I put from front to back, so it's kind of giving an additional support for the floor. And plus, at this point I thought that I was going to put the actual crate. I was going to be able to get the crate into the workshop to begin with. Well, that didn't happen, as you'll see here. So here everything comes out, and I start the process of laying the new sheets of plywood.
It's a process. No doubt, no doubt. I like sweeping. My job is to sweep for the day. I'm not unhappy with that. Just let your mind wander and you just sweep.
All right, so big disclaimer here. Obviously,
like it.
I am not a professional builder at all, and it kind of shows because, well, there's about a
There's an
half
Old
inch
Navy
gap over there.
gap.
where it butts up against here. So
Another Old
what's my
Navy
fix? Well,
dam.
let's put it this way, I'm a better truck driver than I am a builder. So we just kind of measure here. Yeah, about a little over 3/4 inch. Right about there. And then we go ahead and shave off about 3/4, about the same amount over there to this corner here. And yeah, so let me double check that and get the measurements right, and then get this thing over to the table saw. All right, well, I got half of the new flooring down, which is a good thing because FedEx is here.
Very exciting time.
Oh,
So let's go-
snap.
Take a look. Hey, Michael, if you wanted to get a peek at where it's going.
Oh, I don't know if I.
I know. That's why
Almost
I moved
gave
the
that
car.
guy fright.
Well,
I mean, is there a way that I know it's long. I know it's like 10 feet long, but it should fit sideways through the gate there. But it's, if you see the Tyvek,
What? Yeah.
that's my workshop, or at least it will be.
Yeah. I don't know if
I've got some plywood I can lay down in the grass.
I'm gonna get on this. What?
Oh boy. Let's see, we've got. Did they stack something on top of this?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what they do.
Send it back. Nah, JK.
I couldn't.
Yeah, because I'm wondering if this crate's gonna hold up.
That's a pain. There you
Lift,
go.
no push. Okay.
Let's see. Let's see.
Well, I'm definitely going to be. Well, they say inventory everything. So, yeah. I don't know. FedEx, or I don't know if it was Vans. I don't think so. That did a.
I'm gonna get it off.
Refuse the delivery. Nah, I mean, he's been waiting for it. If it's really
if you're
good,
able
then.
to back up against, because that's why I moved the car.
Oh, he's going to.
Yeah.
He's going to.
I'm just saying this thing's still not gonna fit on this lift gate here, so I don't know how it's gonna work.
Right, and it's 300 pounds, so I'm not about to ask anyone to throw out their back. What you're about to see here is, well, you can already see some of it. FedEx, while a great company to get your packages there overnight if you really need them, they don't seem to be the most gentle company with large crates. Now, to be fair, I found that Vans could have done a better job, maybe used some glue in some spots, but overall, the
Yeah.
Vans
We
don't.
learned
Now,
that
don't
earlier.
get me wrong. My experience with Vans aircraft has been nothing but stellar so far. The damage to the crate here that you're seeing is 100% FedEx's fault. A freight claim was made, and we did find some damage on some parts, and Vans went ahead and shipped the replacement parts right out. So there's absolutely no fault that I see with Vans. So here you see a strap at the other end, and we were able to manhandle this off
Nice.
of the truck and into the yard.
Nice.
I decided that showing all of the trusses being made was just too repetitive,
Trust me,
so
bro.
this is the only
Trust
one that
me.
you're going to see except for the gables. All right, we're back at it. It's another day. I've spent all day yesterday, kind of getting further on the rafters, the trusses. Yeah, trusses. What I've also done is
trust you.
because I'm going to use what I was
trust you very
using
much.
as my workbench to make the front and the back side. Basically, what I've done is I've doubled it up. I tend to over-engineer things, and that's okay. But I'm going to use the plywood for the front here, and that's going to be the front and the back wall, facing. So, yeah. So let's go ahead and get to it. We'll go ahead and
Let's do it.
take some Gorilla Glue and glue this up. And well, first of all, I want to go ahead
Let's do it.
and mark, put the plywood on and mark where I need to stop, and then get to it. So
Get to it.
we'll see you on the other side of this.
Never mind. I thought that was mold at first on the wood, but now at second look, it could just be like that it was... He even said he was reusing some wood, so... I mean... And it's double plated, so... It's okay. Forget what I even said. Forget that. Delete that.
All right, so with the assistance of my lovely wife here, went ahead and put the plywood front or back, whichever the case may be, on, and it is largely flush with the bottom, especially in the corners. What is not flush, I can always kind of sand off and get that. And so now we go ahead and pick this up and tip it up, and I'll trim off the excess off of the peak with this.
Nice.
All right, so now that the exterior wall is trimmed and complete, I will use some of the scraps to complete the corners like that. It doesn't necessarily have to be the same way with the grain, just as long as that these two edges here butt up, and I'll trim off the rest of it that doesn't fit. That doesn't, just like I did with the rest of it. So let's go ahead and take care of that. A little Gorilla Glue, making sure that the surface is clear.
Gorilla glue. Gorilla glue. Okay, that's just like a typical wood. That one's... I think that particular one of Gorilla Glue's brand is better.
Make sure that that's butted up against.
They have
there.
some good
There's
things in their
that.
brand. Other things
Then
not
we'll
so
go ahead
good.
and screw it down, get it nice and tight. Then we can say voila, whatever that means. I'm sure it's French. Maybe
Voila.
means, hey, look here. Because, well, we're saying, hey, look here.
That's all. It's nice when it's
And
magnetic.
that's about right in line with.
Drill it. Drill, drill, drill. Nice. Looks like tight is tight, too tight is broke. No,
Yeah,
that
that's
looks
about
perfect
flush.
actually. That looks perfect.
Yep, that's flush enough.
I should have trusted the
Sounds like a
process.
fabulous Thunderbird.
Apologies, Raymond.
Doing construction. Are you flush enough?
Are you flushing enough?
Then one over here. All right, now to trim. Now what I did
Now he's in the groove.
was I
can
did,
see it.
I actually did 2 trims. Got started off over here. Cut off most of the excess. And then did a finer trim later on. Later.
Nice. Got it. Got it.
I've noticed that if I go a little bit too fast, I get
good.
this rough edge there. But yeah, I just learned something. And it just scrapes right off. Okay, cool. And then instead of having a blower, I just use my drill, and that cleans it. That cleans everything right off. So, all right, back to work. All right, finally, I've got all of the trusses complete. That was the last one. I've got my buddy Sammy over here to kind of help things out, get us up there as we work around the crate of, I don't know what, I hope everything is okay in there. But, oh my. So, let's get back at it because that crate's got to get in there this weekend.
Man.
Thankfully, it's not going to rain this weekend.
That's good.
At this point, you'll see me try and get that first gable in there. Well,
Still
that
a little bit
proved
of rushing,
to be
but-
a bit more challenging than what Sammy and I were able to manage. So we put those off to the side for the time being and chose to install the rest of them. Now, we did end up doing a kind of an alternating pattern. What you see, the ones going up with the center support in, and there's another one going in without. So we kind of alternated it. I felt that it would be a kind of a good mix, structurally speaking, to support our weight or anyone who got up on the roof to put the plywood up there, because we didn't need.
Thank you. You need something sturdy on the roof when you're up there. Like, I get that it's not a second story, but some people, they barely put anything. Good man, Raymond. Good man. I approve.
We didn't really use nails up there. We used screws because I don't want this thing coming apart. Pure and simple. This thing is built to stay, and I kind of go old school in that thinking. All right, we're back at it, and well, let me show you this. We actually got some work done today. Being Saturday, family and I went to the Veterans Day parade. It was an awesome parade. Short but sweet.
Hope it was fun.
But my buddy Dave and I came over, and we got the gable ends up. We attempted to get this 16-foot board into the center notches there at the peak, but I built it a little bit too close. It wasn't to spec, so my wife went ahead and trimmed some of them. We were able to get something up there, and hopefully we'll go ahead and be able to go ahead and get this board here in all the way across. So let's get to it.
Several song-filled hours
Get it
later.
done.
As you can see, it was very windy the day that we put the Tyvek over the gable ends. We did have this particular sheet of Tyvek come off off of the few staples that we were able to put in at first, and that's the main reason why we have some bubbles in there. I don't know if that's going to come back to haunt us in the future.
House wrap, fundamentally, is like toilet paper. So, fundamentally, what house wrap does is it's a moisture barrier, or it's an air barrier, or it's both. It's both. There's water in the air, and it's to prevent that from passing through. So let's just say you wanted the best you wanted no air, no water, and you wanted nothing to pass through it. So in that situation, you use not what they're using here, but you would use a tar paper, and that's, for wet locations or anything like that, it's a good option. Now, if you did that same setup with tar paper in the desert, it would be very hot inside your house, and you would have very high air conditioning bills. So it's just about choosing the right wrap for your particular area, and not looking at it so much of like, you just have to know your water situation and where you're at, and go from there. I mean, yeah, there's various synthetic ones like they're putting right here, and I think that's like a good choice, honestly. I think that's what, if any like sunny climate, yeah, that's perfect. Can't go wrong. Can't go wrong. See if they're gonna stucco or if they're gonna put siding over
We also
that.
didn't care that the Tyvek writing was not level. But here coming up in a second,
No need.
the very
have
first
it
sheet
level.
of plywood going up on the roof. And let me tell you, we decided that after seeing that the 2 sheets of plywood for the front and the back half of the roof on each side were not going to be on a truss and give us a good seam, a good place, we decided to leave the center section open and cut custom sheets of plywood to fill in that gap.
Yeah, you don't want those plywoods slipping
All right,
off when
it's
you're
been
on
a
them.
long, hard day, and we have got a lot done. I don't know if you can see this right now because it is kind of dark outside, but
I can see
we've
it,
got
brother.
4 sheets of plywood up here. But here's the catch.
It looks even
Tomorrow,
more beautiful at
I have
night.
to go back to work. So what we've done is we've put some plastic up there above the peak. We've got lights on inside. My wife is busy getting things organized. We're going to go ahead and start cracking open that crate and inventorying everything before I have to go home tomorrow, or go back on the road tomorrow. And it's only about 7 o'clock, almost 8 o'clock at night here, so I figure I've got about a good 4 hours to go ahead and get everything out of that crate, inspect it for damage, and go through it. I've got up until Tuesday to go through to complete the inventory checklist. My wife says that she can go ahead and get that done while I'm on the road. So, God bless her. I really appreciate everything that she's done for me.
2 weeks
Gotta love
later.
the wifey.
All right, now both sides of the roof are shingled at sunset.
Shingle me timbers.
Now, when it came to the lower half of the roof on each side, I was able to help out. My wife and I did the
Nice.
shingling together, but when it came to the upper half and also putting the paper,
Yo, bro, I think your wife outmatched you here. I think your wife outmatched you. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say. Okay, I was gonna ask you for construction advice, but now I might want to ask your wife. She looks professional up there. She looks like a pro. Okay, maybe you learned from her. Always with you, Raymond.
up there, the tar paper, she said, no, you stay down here. I don't want you falling off the roof and having to miss work because you're hurt. So God bless her. She is an
God
amazing
bless
lady.
her.
And here you see her kind of up there doing her thing and hamming it up.
Hey, do
because
your
that's
thing,
just
do
who
your
she is.
thing.
Oh my God, I love that woman so much.
Strike
Now,
a pose, strike
here
a pose.
is a moment of truth. The final shingle going in. I still have to trim those other shingles, but that'll get done before I go back out on the road here for the first load of the brand new year in 2022. And if you haven't followed us already on Instagram, please, by all means, do so. If load of the
I'm not sure I would use, small little critique. Sorry to the wife, but I would not use cap nails in that situation. Other than that, I like what I see. I like what I see. I know where Raymond gets it from. He gets it from his wife.
Brand new year in 2022, and if you haven't followed us already on Instagram, please by all means do so. You'll get updates and join our Patreon team because we have some very special and cool things for you. Subscribe, hit the notification bell, and by all means follow us on our other social media sites. Links are down below. And one thing that you gotta do is stay safe out there, guys, and always check your six. Bye for now.
Check your six. Bye for now. Okay, let's see. I might want to take a break, but I want to see how long the other video is first. Maybe we'll go one more. Let's see.
On this edition of Check 6 Aviation,
You know, I'll be right back, guys. I will be right back. And we are back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. How's it going?
We go inside. On this edition of Check 6 Aviation, we go inside. Hey, welcome back, my friend. It's another edition of Airplane Factory version 1.0. As you might be able to tell, we've got shingles halfway up right now on both sides, on that side and also on this side.
Yay!
And
Shingle me timbers.
unfortunately, my
What?
helpers are unavailable, and while
can
I
help
can
you.
get up on a ladder, I'm not afraid of that. What I am afraid of is falling off of roofs.
I could get on the
Go
roof.
figure. A pilot
If you
or a
need it.
student pilot, kind of afraid of falling off of something. Yeah.
Yeah,
Actually, it's
yeah,
quite.
what is that?
It's actually more common than you might think. I do know pilots that are afraid of getting up on ladders. So what we're going to do is, I have procured some insulation. I have already started insulating the what I call the back wall. It's really more like the fence wall, and we're going to knock as much of this out before the family drags me away to a party. Thankfully, well, I mean, not really drags me away. You know, I volunteered. You know, because, well, it is family time, and see, I'll have, when I get to this point, I'll have to move
Good man.
the parts for the plane. Yes, it is here. I so want to get this done.
Very exciting time.
Get this portion of the build done. You know, the workshop, so that I can start riveting and making an airplane in this thing. But anyway, let's get to it.
Let's get to it. You going ham? All right, let's see.
Several days later.
It's coming together.
All right, it's another day and I'm back at it. Spent the last few days after the New Year's kind of getting videos together to get out to you. And so what's on the agenda today? Well, first of all, today we've got a delivery coming from UPS from my good friend Steve over at Aircraft Specialty. I don't know what it is, but I know what it's part of the upgrades that I ordered for the RV10. So what's on the agenda today? Well, you saw me finishing up the moisture barrier inside, and I'm going to take a lot of the scrap that I cut because I got insulation that was too wide, so I cut it down, and I'm going to be stuffing it into the front facade inside here. But first, I've got some shingles to trim, so let's get to it. All right, now that that's done, I did notice in the course of getting that done,
I think he may have trimmed them short. But I can't really tell, to be honest.
a couple of things that should be addressed. Like, for example, here, my wife and I did not nail down the ends of this, and with this front side facade being the windward side of the building, I'm just concerned that this is going to come and catch a lot of wind and eventually tear off some shingles. But
The other thing that you can often do is put a starter shingle as well. I know a little bit more on the roofing side, but I mean, it's a shed, so I mean, I don't know the weather where they're at, but their framing of the roof is really solid. Of those triangles that he made, forgot what they're called, the roof triangles. It'll come to me. Maybe it will.
So I've got to go and get underneath here, nail down close to the edge. That's going to be a little bit of a challenge because of, you know, this board is like really flexible. So that's one of the reasons why my wife had such a hard time up towards the peak. And plus, I've got to take some of those shingles down there, cut off the flap ends, and do something that I had forgotten that I needed to do at the start of this project, which was lay down a starter course, which that should be simple enough to do. All I have to do is just kind of put the shingles in upside down, cut the flat with the flaps cut off, and tack.
I spoke too soon. He was way ahead of me. That's how you gotta wait till people are finished sometimes. I had a feeling.
Come down very carefully, of course. So I did that on the other side though, but yeah, so that's one thing that I've got to take care of. And then after that, it's inside and getting to work.
Basically at the roof. See, sometimes you don't even need to get onto the roof when you're a roofer. Just do it from the ladder.
All right, well, now that I've got that done, I did discover that I have more of the same from the front on the rear, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. It's just a little bit repetitive, so I'm not gonna show it, but special shout out, and this is not a paid promotion at all, special shout out to one of my high school classmates, Larry Nichols. If you live around the northern Mississippi or even in the middle Mississippi area, I forget exactly where he is, but I know he's in Mississippi, and you need some roofing work done, check out Nichols Roofing, Nichols, I believe.
N-I-C-H. I don't remember.
Is the name of the spelling, but I'll post a link to his Facebook page down below in the description. So you also saw Mr. FedEx come, or not FedEx, Mr. UPS. Sorry, FedEx. Well, you did kind of mess up my crate for the RV10. So that is the box that I was expecting today from Aircraft Specialty. I'll do an unboxing video of that later. Look out for the link. I'll put the link to that video up in the upper right corner here. That will be the very next video that gets published after this one. So watch out for that one. So let's get back to work.
Hustling. My man's a hustler. Putting them boards down.
All right, friends. Lights have gone down outside, so the lights on in here. Let me show you what I've done so far. Now, I will go ahead and stop the insulation here after I complete this wall here, because after this, I'm going to do the electrical. I can't do any more on the insulation until after the electrical is done. I mean, yeah, there might be some spaces on these two walls that I might be able to insulate. Like, for example, maybe the lower space there, and maybe over there, maybe that corner over there. But outside of that, that's it for the insulation and drywall. I'm not going to show you everything on the drywall, because if you've ever put drywall up before, you know how it goes. Basically, You
Could
put
be
it up,
pretty boring.
cover the holes, tape the
Could be
seams,
pretty dry, if you
spackle
will.
over it, sand it down, do it again if needed, and then you're ready for paint. But I have all of this done now. All of this done. Now,
Okay, I didn't want to speak too soon before, but with the insulation, actually, it looks like he cut them with the fire blocking. It looks like he did. Let's see. Okay, let's keep watching.
I will put a moisture barrier over there, and then cut my way out, trim the excess, and that's it. So, thanks for watching this portion of the Airplane Factory version 1.0 build, and I really appreciate you. Follow us on Instagram. That's where you'll see most of the updates as they happen. It's back on the road tomorrow. When am I coming back? I have no idea, but I'm going to put this video together, finish putting this video together really quick and schedule it before I go back on the road tomorrow. So right now, let's go ahead and end this thing, and it's in the house for family time. I think I'm going to watch Matrix 3.
Oh no, we got
the
some
best
other
one
ones.
of them all. I'm not so sure about Matrix 4, but we'll see. So that's it, my friends.
Enjoy watching The
Until
Matrix.
next time, remember this time, and always check your six. Bye for now.
Take the red pill of building sheds.
On this edition of Check 6 Aviation, when you need to dig a trench, forget the shovel. We're using the Ditch Witch for more power.
Oh yeah.
Welcome back, my friends, to another edition of Check 6 Aviation. We need to dig a trench out back there to connect the power to the workshop, and it has to be 2 feet deep, and well, let's just face it, a shovel in Texas clay ain't gonna cut it. So we went ahead and went to our friends at Home Depot here. They are not a sponsor, by the way, but if they want to sponsor this channel, they're more than welcome to. And
can
this is
sponsor
going to be
this channel.
interesting because I've never run one of these before. As a matter of fact, I was kind of, playing around with it, having a little fun getting it off the trailer. So let's start this puppy up.
Let's do it.
Let's see, we've got the key right here. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Nice.
Oh yeah. All right, so let's see here. We got, there's that. All right. Not quite sure which way that's supposed to go. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I am actually. It's supposed to go like that. And then
Digging the trench. Digging the trench.
all right, it's back here now. Before you begin any digging operation, be sure to call the 3-digit number that is for your state. Here in Texas, it's Texas 811, or just 811 on the phone.
Definitely don't want to mess with the fiber optics.
I have done that, and they pretty much everything for the utilities is back there in the causeway. I am not sure one or just 811 on the phone, and I have done that, and they pretty much everything for the utilities is back there in the causeway. I am not sure about the electric lines coming in here. Let's see, there's a underground cable there for phone and stuff, so I would imagine that it would come over this way. And
That's where the Wi-Fi comes from.
which is okay because Once I get towards the fence, that's going to be where I stop with the ditch witch so that I don't hit any cables here. And I've got this line marked for
They did mark
whereabouts
it.
where I'm going to dig this trench. It's got to be 2 feet deep, as I said, and we're going to put in these the PVC pipes for conduit. So let's get to it. It's at this point that I'm about to make a critical mistake that will come back to bite me later in this project. Let's see if you can spot the mistake. Leave a comment down below and let me know what you think it is.
I'm honestly unsure.
We've got the trench. Not
Nice.
exactly the straightest, but hey, it works.
It works.
Tomorrow for sure.
All right, now that we've got the trench dug outside, I've measured from the corner to about the beginning of the trench, and it's about 2 feet. So what I've done is this is about 3.5 inches here. This is about 3.5 inches here, and I've marked here and down there because I'm going to have to bore through here to allow room for the pipe, and I'm going to install a 1 inch by 3 inch. I'm going to cut this down to size and use this as kind of a shim to install
Shimmy me timbers.
the box here. So let's get to it. All right, I now have the shim boards installed, but as you see, it's kind of cracked right here when I was screwing it in,
Yeah.
and also up here. This crack over here is quite extensive, so I don't really want to crack it anymore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drill a pilot hole for these 2 installment holes right here. So here we go. Well, the pilot hole worked. No cracking whatsoever. And yeah, probably something I should have done beforehand, but oh well, it is what it is. All right, so the next step is I want to find out whereabouts the approximate center is of this hole, because this is where the PVC pipe is going to come into up through here for the cable to the outer box. So measuring from the wall, I see that it is right about 2 inches. So I'm going to measure in 2 inches from here, and that's about where I'm going to drill through each of the pieces of wood here. Actually, those pilot holes worked so well that I think I'm going to remove this box again and redo the 1x3s. And this time I'll use pilot holes for the screw holes there so that I don't split the wood. So let's get to it.
Pilot holes out so it doesn't split. I guess I learned that too today. Did I know that? I'm not sure.
Actually, now that this box is off, this would be a great time to bore the hole through each of these 2x4s. Now, I did not have the proper tools, so I ran out to Lowe's, and not only did I get an extension for my new paddle bit, which will help down.
Buddy really got the extendo. I didn't even know they could come that long.
down there. It'll also help when I have to bore up through there into, through the, the top plate and also above the gable. Yeah, that's it. Sometimes I have trouble with this construction terminology because, well, I'm a truck driver. I don't build stuff for a living.
Nice.
Well, that didn't quite go
It's a
as
little
planned.
quick, but
All right, we
quickies
got
are always
one
good
done.
sometimes.
Let's get the other one done. All right, we got it started at least. This will be the time for the extension now.
Oh my god, look! Okay. Damn, we need some safe
Yeah,
words.
see, that's got a
We need
long
to
ways
establish some
go.
safe words.
All
that's
the way down
that's to say the least. We do.
And a short time to get there. Come on, boring bit. Yeah, well, it's gonna have to finish on its own. All right, we've got light. We can see through the bottom now.
Yes.
All right, I've got both boards replaced. All of the screws are in place now, including these two. However, I'm not going to put the box back in just yet because, well, with the box there, it's just going to get in the way of sinking the first hole, the first PVC pipe all the way down there into the bottom of the structure. So we're going to get that done now, and we'll be back. Well, this is going to get very interesting because
Is it now?
is
Is
all
it
the
now?
way up to the ceiling,
More
the-
interesting than before?
to the roof. I knew I was going to have to cut it, but fact is, I'm not quite sure just how long I'm going to have to cut it. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to measure all the way through the hole and up to the box and add 2 feet, because this pipe has to be 2 feet deep. All right, so I've got it all the way down there touching the ground, and it is at 62 inches. I'm going to leave a 1/2 inch protrusion through the box and just add 24.
protrusion?
So 62, 86.5 inches. So that's where I'm going to cut it. I'm going to cut the pipe at 86.5 inches. All right, so I actually made a mark at 90 inches, figuring that I can always use the, I can always cut off the extra if I absolutely need to. So now that I've got my mark, here we go. Let's get to
see.
cutting here.
Let's see. Go straight. Get it straight. Get it straight. Straight line. Straight cut. Straight cut. Straight cut. That looks straight. That looks straight.
Bam.
Nice one.
There we go. And then there's the Madeline returning a hammer.
Nice.
All right, let's see how much better this goes in now. Yeah, get it around the wire. Get it up over there. Get it in here through the hole. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Whoop, a little bit down here. We'll
Get
go
it
ahead
through the
and
hole.
coax
Get
that
it through the
down.
hole. Nice.
Boom, all the way to the bottom.
Perfect penetration.
It fits completely. So, like I
Penetrated.
said, we'll go ahead and
And that's
Go outside.
Perfect.
continue this trench all the way.
And now we're gonna go
To
in this
that
mud
pipe.
hole, huh?
I don't know if you can see it. Okay.
We're gonna go in this mud
What's
hole.
down there?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Quick in the mud hole. In and out.
All right, now we see it. See, when I bored through here, there was a bit of a lip that was preventing the pipe coming all the way down to the ground. But as you can see, We are right on target. That's a
Nice.
good feeling.
Not enough.
Well, that's clearly not going to work, and what I'm probably going to have to do is I'm going to have to come up with another $300 for a deposit to rent the Ditch Witch again for another 4 hours. Of
That
course, I won't need the full 4 hours. I'll
is
probably
drag.
have that little section done in about maybe 20 minutes, if that. You know, that's probably from taking the Ditch Witch off the trailer again and then getting it back on the trailer. And
Depends what you're ditching
but yeah,
through.
after that, we'll be
Actually,
smooth sailing.
It actually does.
And so,
Rock or
in the
not.
meantime, what I'll end up doing is I'll work on other stuff like finishing the front facade, on the insulation, maybe doing some interior wiring, and getting the insulation on the window facade over here, and then closing up the soffit and fascia so we don't have any more dust flying inside from the outside. So this is the part of the
Dust
project
on the
where
outside
I
should stay
decided
outside.
that
That's
yeah,
right.
let's go ahead and get further on the outside. And let me tell you, this stuff that I'm working with here is actually pretty simple because it's all one 4x8 foot sheet, and I'm using
That's
these
nice.
capped 1-inch nails to put it up as there are some
Manufactured.
instructions on the board on the shiny part that say to use capped 1-inch nails, or you can use some sort of staple or something. But the 1-inch nails work pretty well, and I mean, I couldn't be happier with how this turned out, and you'll see here in a moment as we get closer. Now this is where now if you notice that, yep, right here, this is where I'm like, okay, let's go ahead and mark where the windows are, and then I take it
Never a
over
bad
to
idea.
a table, and I find out, I use like a carpenter square, like something that I can go ahead and just get a straight line. And I had measured, it was what, 9 3/8 inches from the seam, and I bought this off of Amazon. This was oh my god, this is like the best tool that I've ever used so far. It's like a hot knife, not really a hot knife, but it is made
I've never seen it. I
specifically
don't think I've
for cutting into
seen
styrofoam.
people-
And I
anyone use
figured
that
I would
before.
be able to use this later on
seen them
in
use it
the
for
actual
packaging.
airplane build when I get into the composite portion, especially if I decide to make any
that makes sense.
composite forms.
So we had it on hand.
Working with
It's always nice.
styrofoam and as a kind of a mold for fiberglass work. Now, because there's going to be a lot of fiberglass work in the RV10 from what I understand. Now, here we go. It fits over the window like a glove, and then I go ahead and tape it, get everything nailed down, working diligently like a beaver, cut a new piece, get a good seam going. It's about 9 nails in total, and on to the final piece. Now, I did go ahead and use that same tool and cut everything down at the bottom. There was like, about maybe 2 inches that I cut off the bottom to make it fit exactly perfect. And I will go ahead and end this video here shortly. Please give me a like, a thumbs up.
Will do.
Tell me
Will
what
do.
you really enjoyed about this video. Tell me what you really want to see. If you like the longer content like this, try to keep it about 15 to 17 minutes or so.
15 is solid. 15 is solid.
I know you're jonesing to see this airplane built, and I am just excited to get to that portion too, but I need to get this workshop done. So, by all means, help support this channel with a like, a subscribe, and be sure to hit the notification bell so that you do not miss any of the other videos. Also, if this is the first video that you're watching,
go see the rest of our of the playlist for the Airplane Factory version 1.0. Our next video coming up is going to be with Paul at Control Approach. Until next time, remember, this time and always check your six. On this edition of Check 6 Aviation, we're back in the yard, continuing the Airplane Factory version 1.0 build.
Oh yeah. And we're back. And we're back.
All right, my friends, we're back at it. We're actually home this time. Man, 3 months on the road, and this is the first time I've had any significant time off in a long time. And it feels good, let me tell you. It feels good to get back to this thing, but we've been invaded. You might see me holding this. You'll see why in a moment. But let me show you what we've done so far. Well,
Dang.
You know we've got all of the installation done on the outside.
Spray should stop it.
And I've got the back paneling up. I need to go ahead and touch up the primer on this panel here. Yeah, which I'll get that taken care of before heading out on Monday.
Putting a little side.
And then we've got
It's perfect.
the front paneling up here. So yeah, it's insulated
Looks
on
good.
all four.
Looks good.
But check this out. This is the invasion force right here. Found these guys just set up shop just in the last 48 hours.
Oh,
And
I was
look
thinking
how
termites
far
for
they've
some
gotten
reason.
with this. Oh my God. Plus
I was
I've
thinking
got
termites. Dang.
two others back here. The
They
Red
look
Hornets
angry.
right down
Angry,
there.
angry.
And actually that's not a Red Hornet wasp, that's just a regular wasp. But we're about to piss them off here. And kill them.
Oh man.
Because they are being evicted.
Evict them. Evict them. Evict those wasps.
Now, I did have the doors on, and I found another one here that before I took the doors off to go ahead and cut the door openings out, and I was able to use a pitchfork and get that off successfully without killing them. But yeah, wasps, you are not welcome here. So
No
that takes
waspy
care of that.
wasps.
Let's get back to work.
Can't blame them.
Now, I did try to do this with my spray gun and decided that the results were less than stellar, shall we say, which is why I went back to using a roller. Yeah, it takes a little bit longer, but the results speak for themselves in so many ways. And if
Better
you
coats.
haven't seen
Actually, I don't
my
know.
shenanigans video from the visit to Sun and Fun, then I would highly suggest you do so, because I had a chance. I did get an interview with the people over at Grex USA, and they said, well, yeah, you have to set your spray gun up accordingly. Now, word to the wise, if you're painting in your favorite black t-shirt with white paint, this is not something that you want to do,
The big guns are out. The
especially
big
with
guns
a
are
roller. When you're painting
With the
overhead.
roller, the big guns are
Alright.
out.
All right, so yesterday I was doing a little bit of workout here. I'll show you a little bit of what I did here. I went ahead and got started on the side because I've got the front and back done. Well, not done, but I got them started. Right there, see? Just got the little bit down there to do. I got another section of paneling that I can put on the side. I got to get it primed. Let's see here. I've got to hang that one. That'll be done here in a moment, in a little bit here. I'll show you that. That's real simple. Just put it up there all against the top of the rafters there, the top of the soffit, and just screw it in place. That's it. But yeah, I will go ahead and you see the where the primer didn't get in between, that will be taken care of. I don't know if I'm going to show that or not, because, well, yeah, you know how to paint, I'm sure. And I've got the a little squishy
Yeah,
here.
there's some nuances to painting.
Yeah, it is Father's Day,
Oh, Father's Day. That's sweet.
2022, and she's a beautiful little handful. I have to say, but in a good way. And so, like Mike Patey says, back to work. And
Back
here we
to
go
work.
with the install of the board. Yeah, it's a little tricky. I had to go ahead and get some wood to kind of prop it up. Ultimately, though, it did take another pair of hands. And here's my wife getting into the action. 2 screws, and I can do the rest of it myself. So that is all with that. And yeah, we went ahead and knocked some things out. Got the other one cut to size. Not shown in this video, but we'll go ahead and get that taken care of. I'm not going to show it in any subsequent videos. But yeah, after dark, the work continued. Here we go with some drywall action on the inside. Very important step. I still
Finishing
have to
touches.
get the moisture barrier completed on the opposite side of this piece of drywall. Zip, zip, zip with the saw for the cutout. After getting it traced out, didn't get it completely flush. That's
It's okay,
why you
rough
see
fitting.
me getting the saw there and tracing, getting it really close to the door. A little fine tuning.
A little bit of fine tuning.
All right, well, this is the time when I really wish that I had the inside electrical hooked up, because I could really use the lights in here to see and still have access to my extension cord that you saw was plugged in, powering the lights. Unfortunately, I can't power the lights and the drill at the same time. I could get a cordless drill. As a
I
matter of
kinda
fact, I
remember
do
him
have one.
saying this.
I could probably use that instead. So
Why not?
Yeah, it's all about having the right resources. I do see.
Use the
My-
cordless real quick. It's a quickie.
Okay, yeah, my little extender.
That works. That works.
Um,
That works.
I also have in here somewhere.
No need to look more. That's perfect.
Another extension cord, and like a little 25-foot retractable extension cord. It's probably on the shelves here behind the other piece
those
of
are good too.
drywall that is going to go up there. I gotta clear that out, and yeah, kind of tidy
Well
up
on
a
its
bit-
way.
a
It's
bit
well
here,
on its
get
way.
the vacuum out, and we'll go ahead and prime that other piece of paneling. I'm not going to show that because it's a little bit repetitive, and get that up on the wall tomorrow morning. That shouldn't take long at all. So back into the light.
Back into the light.
So until tomorrow morning, we'll be back out here. Let's get some rest, and I'm not going to end this video here yet, but yeah, just to kind of document what I'm doing, because I am doing this kind of on the down low. Technically, I'm supposed to have permits,
On the
but
down low?
like I said, I'm doing it on the down low.
Screw the
The
permits.
city doesn't really come around much, but in case they do, that's the reason why I'm
10-4, we
documenting
got
the
'em.
build of this workshop here. So that
You didn't
in
get
case
your
they can
permits, bro. The
find-
FBI is
they want to
coming.
find out what was done
get your
to
permits,
build this,
bro.
if it was built to code or not.
They're gonna come.
Which,
They're
by
gonna
all
get you.
accounts from construction
JK,
friends or
JK.
friends in the construction industry, yeah, this is a solidly built job. As a matter of fact, I've had one guy say that he wishes that he could get his guys to build like this.
Did I not say
No,
this at the
but,
beginning?
Hey, ooh,
I feel like I said this at the beginning.
found another invasion force. Good thing I've got the lights. So let's go kill some wasps.
Let's do it.
On a little bit of a happier note, though, Van's Aircraft just released a teaser of the RV-15. It has been long awaited, and we actually know what it's going to look like, or at least somewhat. We have visuals of the prototype, as you see in the background here.
Nice.
I'll be learning all about it from the Vans people at Oshkosh.
That looks pretty cool,
So
actually.
come and see me, come and say hi. come and see the
That's sick.
RV-15 at that. In general, just come see a whole bunch of airplanes because
That
after
looks
all,
sick. Sick
airplanes are
prototype.
cool.
Sick prototype.
As is always the case whenever I'm home, it's inevitable that I run out of time before it's time to go back out on the road. You see me here in the Kenworth, back out on the road, and so yes, I ran out of time between family demands and
Happens, bro.
getting the project done, further along, financial pressures. Hey, it is what it is. We all deal with things in the way that we deal
No
with
doubt.
them.
No
And,
doubt.
you know, I know that it'll get done when it gets done. A little bit of
It's
update. I am
pretty
going
much
to be
done.
at Oshkosh this year, 2022. So come along and say hi. I will be
I don't know if he's at the one
Vans
from this year.
Aircraft Community Get Together
Or next
on
year.
Sunday,
Whichever.
the 24th at 5 p.m. I'll also be roaming around.
This
in
is
the
a few years
grounds.
ago. I don't know why I was
One of the next video
moving
that
away
I
from
make
that.
after this will be completely Oshkosh related. Probably the next few videos that I make after this will be completely Oshkosh related. I'm going to do a special video.
Let's see. Was that it?
On this edition of Check 6 Aviation, a violation notice and progress on the shed, otherwise known as the Airplane Factory version 1.0.
Okay, we're not done yet. Nice.
Along
nice.
with some
We're not done yet.
Oshkosh clips. Welcome back, my friend. It has been a long while. Oshkosh is in the can for 2022, and after being out on the road for 3 months, wow, yeah, 3 months, I got a chance to spend a couple of weeks at the house, or about a week and a half though, while the truck was getting some body work done, and I made some progress. So let me update you on what we've done. I didn't really show it, but here, if you go to my Instagram feed, I post a lot of stuff over there first before I make a video here. So it's more, in the Instagram feed, it's more in real time. So yeah, I did go ahead and rent a mini excavator, and we went ahead and got the power lines. I had dug a trench before, but it just wasn't adequate enough. The sweet look of progress. Finally, we'll have power to Airplane Factory version 1.0.
That's definitely important.
Unfortunately, it's at the cost of cutting an internet cable. Oops. Yeah.
I see.
I'm not
That
as
happens.
good at this as I thought might be, but that's okay. But I went ahead and got the power lines already in the ground and connected. Well, there's nothing connected in the box yet. It's just the lines are the wires are just there. But everything is sunk. New seed is planted, and I have started on the soffit boards.
Okay, we're
And
right out
earlier
the,
this morning,
across the ceiling.
my wife and I got
Yeah,
the
across
last
here.
4 pieces of paneling up on the outside exterior, and I started on
Nice.
working on the doors here. But oh, and I decided to change out the
Really
hinges
letting your wife out hustle you, bro?
from the interior hinge, because, well, those weren't going to work as well, not with the paneling on the outside, to what you see there. And I'll do the same on the other door on the other side when I get back home, whenever that is. Because, well, let's face it, I'm going through the jaws into the belly of the beastie, heading to Florida. And we both know what
And to Florida.
went on there recently. Ian was not very nice. Thankfully,
Hurricane
he's
Ian.
gone.
That's good.
As a matter of fact, Jimmy from Jimmy's World did a flyover of the devastation from Hurricane.
Let's see. That's I think his
On this edition of Check 60 Aviation, $11,000 for a repair and some major progress right behind me on the Airplane Factory version 1.
All right, I know I'm in and out with this one, but I'm going to duck out again real quick cuz we got let's see what we got in line. Yeah, we got a few left with the shed. They're not procrastinating, you know, they're just a busy person, I guess. Okay, I'm going to duck out for a little bit. And we are back like we never left. How's it going, everyone?
0.0. Hey, my friend, welcome back to another edition of Check 6 Aviation. Yeah, I had some issues with the truck. I've been home for quite a while and been really kind of evaluating where I go from here, you know, professionally with driving, that is. With the plane, oh, I'm not going anywhere with that. I mean, well, I am going somewhere, but I am, that thing is going to get built
That's
either
for
way.
sure.
So, yeah, what happened was I had a lifter noise that I thought would be solved, but I was hoping would be solved by an overhead service. Well, that didn't do it. Upon deeper inspection by the shop, found out that the number 5 lobe, or one of the lobes on number 5 cylinder on my Kenworth T680 had basically worn down to nothing. The initial estimate came back at $25,000, $24,500 to repair, because they have to pull the engine out and access the camshaft from the rear of the engine. You know, thank you, PACCAR. And then reinstall the new one. That was later negotiated down by the leasing company to $11,000.
Dang. That's what
I
it
just
feels
don't
like,
have
honestly.
the money for that. So yeah, they're wanting to sell the truck out from underneath me now, which it's a lease truck. I'm in a lease purchase program. They are well within their right to do so.
Come on.
I don't own it. Thankfully, there is a walk-away clause in there. They want me to lease another truck. I don't know if I really want to do that in this market, this freight market, with fuel prices the way they are. I was having a hard time just keeping up with the payments on the truck that I was driving. And if I would lease a brand new truck, I'm thinking that the payments are going to be even more expensive than what this one was. So that all happened just before this whole ordeal started just before Halloween. So here we are, past Thanksgiving already. I went through orientation for a new company doing drive-away, delivering new trucks. Got about 2/3 of the way through the orientation, and they decided that I wasn't a good fit for them. So back here, but in the meantime, that was just recently. I left just before, about maybe a week before Thanksgiving, and in that time, from the third week of November, previous to Halloween, I was out here. So let me show you what I've got going on here. So I've laid some grass down. It's coming up pretty nicely. Got some paint on the walls. It's looking pretty nice.
Oh, nice.
Kind of like a candy cane.
Good.
Yeah,
Little barn type of look.
It's kind of like the Christmas house in a way. Got some nice
A
trim
little
on
bit.
there. I'm going to do some more up here.
It does
But
have its charm
on the
to it.
inside, that is where we really have some work
All right.
done. All of the wiring has been done. I've taken pictures and shown these to electricians of the box. Thank you, YouTube University, for showing me how to do this. I showed it to a Texas electrician, and he said, yeah, it's done right. So the only thing I've got left to do inside here before I connect it to power is I've got one of these junctions not wired. So I'm going to kind of bring up another wire up to there. I should run a another wire down through here, down through the conduit, but that's just going to be
With the amount this
massively
guy's
hard.
working, you'd think he was wired.
If I just do like
Nah, JK. He's a hustler.
like a connector, and just do another junction, another cable down here, I think I should be okay. Because basically, what I was told is that 3 of these will function the way I have it right now, but the other 3 will not. So it's just a matter of what do I do? And I think that's the best option right now. So I've got a delivery to go do. So we'll go ahead and wrap this up real quick and make this a real quick video. But yeah, pretty soon we'll be connecting up to power. I've got to get drywall on the window wall. Got everything wired up inside. It's just a matter of finishing up. And until next time, remember this time, and I will be right back with another video soon. I know I'm behind on editing videos from Oshkosh and everything. We've got one more video to get done.
Let's see the next.
On this edition of Check 6 Aviation, progress right behind me once again, and also a major mistake based on some bad advice coming right up.
That's what we call misinformation.
Hey, my friend, it's Check
Not
6 Aviation
disinformation.
back again out in the yard with the Airplane Factory version 1.0 right there. And
Right here.
yeah, so in the last episode where I revealed that I had an $11,000 repair bill. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. See where am I pointing? One of these places here. Anyway, yeah. So I went ahead and did it. Went ahead and left Dart Transit. Great company, by the way. Just some bad circumstances that happened. Of course, any company that has a lease purchase program is going to want to tailor their program to benefit the company more so than the driver. Some will be more fair than others. But anyway, that's beside the point. We're onwards and upwards here. I've actually accepted an offer of employment with Penske Logistics, Penske Transportation. Hopefully I'm starting here pretty soon. As I record this, it is Monday, the Monday before Christmas. So at the earliest, I'm looking to start just after the Christmas holiday. But I'll be doing local work. I'll be going from here in Abilene to Lancaster, Texas, which is about a 3-hour drive. It's in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Doing a couple drops here and there in the DFW area, and then coming back home. So on to the updates with the Airplane Factory. So I've gotten
Just gonna say.
a little bit more of the trim work done. I've got the soffit complete on this side. Now I've got to do some trim work up there to get
I
the
think you should have
fascia
kept it
boards
open
up.
soffit, but
Got a few more
most works.
of the got some rafters that I have to trim. Let's see. Oh yes, and I have started on building the workbench. I'm working on fine-tuning the table leg lengths.
That, however,
And
looks very
also
sick.
inside here, all of the drywall is hung. Oh my god, this is getting so close to being finished. I can already hear the rivet gun going off. So close. But let me tell you about this. A little $9 part sold separately from the box caused a lot of head scratching. Now, I am not an electrician, but I do have some resources, some friends who are electricians, and the one electrician that I was constantly bugging to say, hey, listen, I need to know how to do this. What do I need? And he gave me a list of things to get. Some conduit. Didn't tell me what size. Said, well, for 100 amp service, you're only going to need a 1/0 cable. Didn't tell me that. Well, I think he was thinking that I would only have one junction in here. Obviously, I have two right there. So I need to go ahead and run another 1/0 cable. But the problem is, I also need the neutral cable here.
It's gonna have to do another hole.
From what I understand, that can either be the same size as the hot wire cable, or it can be one size smaller. Now, since I am doing a 100 amp service, I can go 2/0. The aught means that there is no other wires coming out. See, this is what size is this? This is 12/3
12/3 Romex.
See,
I knew that.
1, 2, and 3 wires coming out of
JK.
this one shielded, this one wire, and that is held in there by, that is held in there, and it's not moving. Now, I also had figured out that the conduit that I chose is not big enough. I mean, yes, I could get another wire down in there. But I need 2 wires, 2 more wires, probably about the same diameter as this. That is not going to work. So I need to go ahead and dig up everything that I just laid and go a little bit larger, which is not necessarily a bad thing, because there was a section in there where the conduit had sat out for a while in the sun and had kind of deformed, and I wasn't happy with that because I want to do it right. Also, you noticed in there that it was just sitting there.
That's right.
Up in
That's
the
right.
box.
We got to do it right. We got to do it right.
It wasn't kind of clamped in there like it should be, with so that it's not going to move around at all. I don't think it would move around anyway, but that means that I've got to cut into the drywall that I just put up. It's going to suck, but at the same time, I know that the way that I'm going to do it, I'm going to redo it. It would pass inspection if the city ever decided to go ahead and come in and say, hey, it's going to be done right, and that's the way it should be done. It should be done right the first time. But
yeah, especially because
also,
the thing is, you don't want any of this just to be held over your head. Just like when you sleep at night, you're like, oh, that one socket. I didn't understand exactly with what this was, but to just think about that panel and be stuck just thinking about it, and it's just better to do it right for your own sanity, honestly. And yeah, going back to your drywall, recutting the drywall, doing any of that, that's just gonna suck. It will.
This is going to afford me the opportunity to really really get this down to where it's going to sit flush. I have cut this since. This grass grows really fast. I have cut this since, and there have been areas that have been kind of hard on the mower deck, and because they're kind of up high, like right here. The good thing about doing this over is that the dirt should be somewhat still loose, so I shouldn't necessarily need to rent a mini excavator again, which will save me a lot of money. I could probably do it by hand.
It would.
Which will make the wife happy because I'll be getting some exercise.
Easy on the back,
Which-
though.
I can then go ahead and channel some of those funds into finishing up this project here. You know, getting some of the trim work done, getting some
Exercise
paint
always good.
going, and before you know it, be pounding rivets. Now, as far as the timeline goes, here we are at the end of 2022. We are, I can see the first rivet being pounded on the RV10 somewhere in the first 2 months of 2023. Even if I have to get another extension cord and hold off on the cable because it's like $5-6 a foot for the one aught. It's insanely expensive. It's like $300 for 60 feet, and that's how much cable I got the first time.
That sucks.
And then
It's
I
probably
think it's
worse
what,
now.
about $4-5 for the 2-aught.
No doubt.
So we're talking $350 for the 1-aught, about maybe $300 for the 2-aught, and that will go ahead and finish the electrical and get it done right. And I'll have power to all of my outlets there. My lights will work. I'll be able to work it at night. I've got enough materials though right now to where I can still keep busy. And because let's face it, I've got those seams that are in progress there on the drywall, which is interesting because we just had a 5.3 on the Richter scale earthquake hit about maybe 150 miles away in Midland, Texas. So yeah, one of my buddies down in San Angelo felt it even. I felt it here. And he said he had some drywall cracking because of it. I looked here. I'm like, wait a minute. And I see a crack in the drywall, but I don't remember there being there before. So maybe I had some drywall cracking. I don't know.
Drywall
But
can
anyway,
crack. Remember Paul Giordano?
Let's see.
Drywall can crack. Drywall can crack.
Oh yeah. So layout. Let's talk about layout right for a moment. So this workbench will go right here against this wall. The shelving unit will go against the back wall over in the corner. After I get after I get the seams taped up in the corner, you see I've got seams in process here. I've got to do that corner seam here, and then over here will go the air compressor. That outlet there is a dedicated circuit for the air compressor.
It's pretty much
That
almost
outlet
done.
right there is a dedicated circuit for my air conditioner, and these 3 outlets here along the wall are dedicated circuits. Actually, no, it's one dedicated circuit wired in parallel, series parallel. I'm not sure which, but wired together for my power tools. You know, like the grinder, the bandsaw.
Yeah, there's plenty of outlets.
Drill press, etc. And then I've got
It's a workshop.
lights
Why wouldn't there be?
up there with a light switch over here, and that outlet will be for my Vans Aircraft light box, which will be lit up whenever the lights are on. And I will have cameras in the corner, at least 2 of the corners, and maybe a camera here looking down on the workbench. Now, if there are any views any certain views that you want to see from camera work while while I'm working on the airplane, leave a comment down below.
I guess that's it.
And I will do my best to accommodate you. Most of the work will be tedious. It will probably be.
Let's see. Okay. Man's
on
not
this
done.
edition of Check 6
Can't judge it
Aviation,
until it's done.
we're finally finishing the exterior, plus getting ready to take care of what needs to be taken care of to solve the bad advice. Welcome back to Check 6 Aviation, my friend. It is a beautiful day out here, down here in Texas. It's been cold though. We've had that big winter snowstorm come through and bomb cyclone much of the country. Thankfully, we don't have that much of an issue down here. It got really cold. I mean, it got down to 9 degrees, and there was a lot of my fellow Texans that were shivering in their boots.
Maxes are from Texans.
Here it is, just after Christmas. We're going into the New Year's Day here next week on Sunday. By the way, by the time you're seeing this, Happy New Year! 2023 is upon us. And over here, and we have started painting the well, not really the back wall, more like not the house side wall. We've started painting primarily to get all up in there done so that I can go ahead and start closing up the open rafter area with the what do you call it, the soffit. Yeah, the soffit, because this would be the fascia.
Of course.
The fascia boards
I
pointing
believe you
out.
the whole time.
So wrapping up, paint up here. I need to go ahead and trim that piece. PVC conduit that I have buried, and get all that out of the way so that I can go ahead and start, I have nothing to worry about when I start cutting up. So let's get to it. So anytime you're dealing with electrical, you want to make sure that you stay safe. First of all, you don't want to make any contact with the ground. You want to make sure that the circuit is de-energized, which I will be doing. But I'm also going to be adding a few safety items. First of all, I have rubber sole shoes, and I have leather gloves that I will be wearing. Yeah, I know they're insulated, but hey, you can never be too careful. Plus, I'll
Why
also
not?
be sitting on
It's true, you can't.
a plastic bucket. So I will be very well insulated in working with that panel out there. That's a 200 amp panel. And I'm adding a 100 amp.
So this I can't really comment so much on. What was the bad advice? Let's see.
But you guys want to see. So with that, let's get back to work. I believe it was the Beatles who once said, "I get by with a little help from my friends." And let me tell you, I have been utterly blessed with Sammy and his friendship, and
And
because
don't forget,
a lot of this project would not have been possible without his assistance. Keep in mind, he's up
Yeah,
there
forget
in
him.
an
Forget
age.
him.
He's in his 80s, I believe.
you the man.
Veteran of Air Force or Army. I think it was Army, but he does what he can,
Glad to
and
see he's
he
out.
has
Glad to see he's
never
out, you know?
said no to helping me out on this project whenever I have needed it. I can't
Tell
thank
these-
him enough.
These heroes are always are
And
like that.
I look forward to having him pound a few rivets with me. I really do. And
by the way,
Pound, did you say?
if any of you have any tips, please share them below.
Tips, did you
I
say?
have taken the EAA Sport Air Workshop in Sheet Metal Basics. I am an EAA member. I do have plenty of resources here with my local EAA chapter, Experimental Aircraft Association, Big Country, Chapter 471. Oh, and by the way, if you're within flying distance every second Saturday or driving distance, and you want to come around and have some killer eggs, well, we promise we won't kill you, but they're really good. Yeah, we have breakfast every second Saturday of the month, starting at 9 a.m. and a bunch of
Sounds
good coffee
Sounds
and
good.
Fellowship.
Man, getting me hungry
social
too.
hours, and
You're getting me hungry.
I promise it'll be a good time.
Now I gotta end stream
And
because
guests
I'm hungry.
are always welcome.
Or end stream soon, I guess.
Alright, that's going to do it for this episode. We did the other side almost pretty much like we did this side, so it doesn't really make sense to show that. But, yeah, it's done. It's closed up. Finally! Finally! So, the next episode, we're moving inside. We're focusing on finishing up this
Interior.
project and starting to pound rivets. I can't wait! Ah!
It's been in the years making for this dude. It's been in the
So-
years making.
Like, subscribe, comment down below. Should we paint the base, the fascia boards, or should we just go ahead and clear coat them with and not really a clear coat. I mean, I'm using Minwax. I'm using a Minwax product, and they're not a sponsor, by the way, but I'm told they're good. And so comment down
It's
below.
like a sealer of some
What do you
sort.
think we should do? I'm going to leave it blank. I'm going to
That
leave
works.
it just like this for right now.
Sealer's
until I hear
okay.
some of the comments down below. And
Nothing wrong with that.
then the next episode, inside. We're going to finish up the drywall. We're going to go ahead and prime and put down self-leveling concrete for the flooring. Then we're after that's done,
I love a good
we'll go ahead and
indoor
finish up
concrete floor.
the electrical, going to the back and get power to this workshop, start pounding rivets. So appreciate you watching, appreciate all of the subscribers, and the reason why I push the subscribers so hard, is because, well, I want the channel to grow. I want more people to experience this project. I want more people to experience the joy of aviation, because I know that
I'm with you.
that this is a
I'm with you,
building
Raymond.
project. I'm building a workshop. It looks like a shed, for all intents and purposes.
It does
It
look
is
like a shed, but
but an airplane's going to come out of this. So, with
I
that,
mean, great things
peace,
have come out of
love,
sheds. No
and
doubt,
always
no doubt.
check your six. Later.
Later.
On this edition of Check 6 Aviation, we're finishing up the interior. Welcome back. Come over. Who knows when? I get by with a little help from my friends. I had a friend of mine come over who knows way more about drywall than I do. And and we
Let's see the
is
electrical.
much easier than it would have been. It's all about connecting this up to power. So let's get to the episode where I actually dug the first trench, and I'll post a link up in the upper
He did
right
dig
corner,
that trench
of
on more
this
than one
video.
occasion.
I had used
You should have been more
conduit
careful to
that
avoid the
was already
inspectors.
way too small. So now
JK
we're going to
for
go ahead and redig
always better to
everything
Code's there for a
that
reason.
I've done so far. and replant the grass. It's a Sunday here, so I
Oh,
don't
so
have
this
to
is
worry
him doing
about
it right
code
here, huh?
enforcement coming around and saying, "Hey, what you doing? You got to stop this." And besides, this is under 200 square foot. Building permit is not required for the structure by itself. If it were movable, this is not. And also if it were not connected to power, which this will be. So eventually, I'm actually in talks with the property owners that we're renting this place from, to purchase this land, this house and this lot, and we'll see where that goes.
That always works.
For now, we're going ahead and we've got everything. I mean everything, every little last piece of the puzzle to go ahead and get this.
I know why they built
connected to
that
power, hopefully
on
today.
land that wasn't theirs.
So,
but
less talking, more working.
yeah, I should listen to him.
All right, just that little bit of time lapse has actually been about 5-10 minutes. Let me tell you, this was much easier.
Catch your
going
breath,
in
catch your
than
breath.
It is coming out, of course. I'm doing this by hand, and by hand this time is much easier than it would have been if I had tried it before. But before, I had mechanized help. I had actually rented a mini excavator. All right, so I had some help. Not my wife. I had my buddy Dave come over. You've seen him in a few other videos.
Dave for the
And
win.
help me move everything out of the workshop here. I was going to try
With a little
and
help
run
from my
wire
friends, he was right.
through there, but we're having some issues, and that patch that I did to increase the diameter size, well, it looks like I'm going to have to do it all over again. I'm going to have to cut in there because we tried fishing some wire down through here, and it wasn't good. It wasn't going through. I don't know why. This is here. Let me show you.
That sucks.
This is also loose, spinning around, and that should not be the case. So we fished some wire down in here and pulled it back out and got some insulation. So that tells me that what I was hitting was probably the bottom plate, the base plate. So something's not right, and it's got to be addressed. So delayed once again. But
happens.
That's okay, because once it's done right, we won't have to do it ever again. Crossing our fingers. So let me show you what we've got going on here. What the plan is. We're going to tackle the floor. We are going to finish this floor. We've got 9 bags of self-leveling compound. Mapei, I think, is the brand. I think that's how you pronounce it. But before we do that, we have to apply this polymer additive. It's kind of like a primer. Think of it as a primer for
for
like
the
you would
floor.
paint, put primer on the walls before you paint. At least you should. But with this, it is a must. Otherwise, the self-leveling compound, the self-leveling concrete will just eventually chip away and come up, and you're starting from scratch all over again. And that is not something that I want to do. One and done is always the goal, because I'm walking on this floor.
I so
the
agree with
subfloor,
that.
and I can already tell that there are some
Subfloor? What
spots
about the
that
dom
are
floor?
not level, especially right in here along the joints. I know right in here I have a center piece.
Floor rafter? I don't know how,
Well, actually,
how else I would say
I've
it
got
either.
A 16 foot 2x4, and a 16 foot, and it's all supported with center braces. And I can tell that there's a bit of a crown here, but we're gonna get this thing taken care of. let's get to it. Now, when you're applying the primer, I'm told that you want to use a roller.
Speed up a
You want to roll
little
it
bit.
on, and you want to use like a concrete roll used for the exterior. But we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to do a 2-tone. My daughter Serena and I tape took everything over here, all the way around actually, and I went ahead and painted. I do have a couple of areas to touch up, like in the corner here, but everything is looking good. Looking good, looking good. Whoa, 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 back up. Hold on. Okay, so let's stop right there. I tried out this blend gold, and I wasn't quite happy with it. It wasn't what I was looking for in terms of the vision. It was a little bit too dark. So we've started going over with primer, and we've even got also the color Brio. That turned out looking like hot pink, and it was, to me, more of a hot mess. I mean, I got a little bit on the floor because of it spilled, and yeah, even now, it looks a little bit too hot pink, and I'm glad that I changed it. So we are going with this cut ruby here, and the sweet treats for the upper portion. I was looking for something more of a coffee with a lot of cream color, and I think the sweet treats will do it.
A dual
So,
portion wall?
We're back out here. We're going
Dual
to get this
colored
done.
wall?
We are making progress, and
I'm with
before
it.
you know it, we'll be laying the tile down on this self-leveling concrete and moving
Oh, for
all of
tile.
this hot mess back inside and getting it organized. Oh, I almost forgot. This was done and primed over, but as a matter of fact, you see where I had the paint actually painted, but I was having trouble getting my 1-aught cables for power to the sub panel here down through the outside. So
How'd
I
you
had to
do
connect
it?
into here.
What'd you
I patched
do?
up all by
What'd you
myself this
do?
time, no help from Gary. And yeah, it came out really good actually. But, there's a bit of a spot right there where, hey, it's amateurish, but hey, it's okay. But anyway, what had happened was I had a double female joint in the conduit, and apparently I didn't put in enough conduit compound, the PVC compound, and it separated. So that's the reason why I was getting insulation through when I was trying to fish through when I would pull the fish out,
that
fish wire out,
sucks.
and I was like, I gotta cut it into my wall again. But I'm confident now that if I have to do it over again, yeah, buddy. And panel is connected. We're one step closer.
Experience is
All right,
something.
that's major progress. I'm so excited. So I've got the walls painted. Yes, there are a few areas that need touch-up work.
It's always
over
annoying to
here.
go back though.
th-
That looks really
this is
good.
a note to everyone
That looks
who is
really
an amateur
good.
painter like myself. Make sure your walls are dust-free, especially if you're going to put painter's tape up to do lines on, because what will happen is that the paint won't adhere to the wall and it will bubble up underneath the tape, and this is the end result. But what we've got going on here is that I'm going to run another few courses until this box runs out, and then I will be able to move all of this stuff back in, including my air compressor. Actually, my air compressor can go in there. Like
That's a
almost right
biggie.
now.
That's
so
a
it's kind of
biggie.
moving day, just before I have to go into work. So back to it.
Oh, simple. Oh, they're peel and stick. I see. I don't know how that'll be for a work floor exactly,
Now, finally,
but
we got a little bit of an accent going on here. Something bright
Again,
to offset the transition between dark
my
and dark,
armchair
or dark and
opinion.
darker, rather. And I couldn't be happier with the result. Come together. We'll be building an airplane out of here soon. Well, you almost swear that this is Jimmy's world around here at Check 6 Aviation, because if you see behind me, I've got tile. I've got the floor tiles down, but you see, there's seams here.
I like
seams
it.
Here, they're all
They're
uniform.
fun
Turns
colors.
out, it's not supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be more random, similar to this. We've got a seam here, seam there, kind of offset, and also
Not
they're supposed to
everything's
be
what it
flat.
seems.
See, here's got kind of a bow, and I figured out by shockingly enough, actually reading the instructions, that a heat gun and some very strong adhesive rather, like right there, works wonders. So we're actually in the process
Gotta
of
love
moving all of
adhesive.
this over.
Gotta love
You saw that
adhesive.
I've got this wall already completely done, and moving step by step each sheet, each tile over into its final place. All right, so unlike Jimmy's world, we actually believe in measuring twice, cutting once. See, I've got a bit of a notch here, about a 1/2 inch over and 3 3/4 inch this way. So I'm going to, instead of doing a half-ass job and doing a full sheet over here, and doing a smaller sheet here and creating an additional, we have something that we need to fix over here that's kind of bubbled up in the sun.
Oh, that
like
happens.
Yeah.
Always nice when it's your own
Probably
project, because then
didn't
you can
set
monitor
quite
for
right
this
all the
type
way
of stuff.
yesterday.
You know, if it's like you're
These things will
about to go to
happen. But
sleep and you
unlike
see, you
Jimmy's
can
world,
just
we're
kind
actually
of
trying to
tap it
cut
with
out
your
a notch
foot real
here,
quick.
and instead of doing a half-ass job
It's
and
the
having
benefit of home
kind of
projects.
like what we did here, and having a seam go all the way across. We're actually going to do this the right way and make it look somewhat like a brick pattern, and make it look like it's supposed to, like a professional would do it, even though I'm completely an amateur at this. Well, that didn't go as planned. Look, I took too much off. So we try again. All right, well, you get the idea. I don't think I really need to show the rest of this, but it's getting done, and this is one step closer. Right, Serena? One step closer. Yeah? One step closer. Come on, be excited about it. One step closer to building an airplane. And she's my child. She doesn't need to sign up. It's called family recruitment. Okay, this is a very exciting time, also a very nerve-wracking time, because, okay, so you've seen me dig up even at night. I even did this at night under light. The old conduit, which was
Oh, yeah, I
the end
remember.
of it, and put in the right-size conduit, which is 1.5 inches.
That
all the way
happened
back
like
here
a year ago
to here.
from this
Now, what I did
some
before
year
with
thing.
the 1-inch conduit was I just went right up and underneath here. But what I did this time is I went and got 2 elbows and came up along the side. So this is a very
Buddy was digging,
exciting time.
digging,
I've got this all wired back up in
digging.
here. I won't have to take this cover off ever again, hopefully. But this is also a very nerve-wracking time because I don't want that to go up in flames from an electrical fire. So let's see. Okay, so far so good. Of course, all the breakers in there on the sub panel are off, so let's close this up. Boom, done.
All right.
So if you have
First
been
step.
following along on my Instagram feed, go see it up there. Or no, go see it up there. As you see my oldest behind me, my camera girl sometimes. Then you have already seen this because of my Instagram stories, my reels actually. But you know, after some very long nights, marathon hours, and you saw me moving in, by the way. I know you did. We have completion. We are finally ready to build something. But right now,
Nice. It's
we're gonna
done.
hand the camera.
Yay.
All right, come this way. Because
Nice.
This is the moment of truth. Because- All right, so first one we're gonna do is the air compressor plate. Okay, so let's see. See if it kicks on. How about the lights?
Let's see.
Air compressor might have some issue. Not some issues. I don't like the word okay. But we should have lights. Oh! Woohoo! It's alive! Oh my god!
Nice.
3 years. 3 years.
I'm so
This project
happy.
is taking me to do.
I'm legitimately
Oh my God, the
happy
elevation
for
right now is like
this guy put in
15
so
on
much
scale.
effort for this,
Because
honestly.
building an airplane.
But the result
Can't wait.
is
So,
really, really good.
We're gonna cut this video here, and like, subscribe,
And
give
to
us a
be
thumbs
done
up.
and
Tell
to
your
know
friends,
that
share
there's
this
not
video, especially
any
if you
little
know
thing
anyone
that
who's
you need
even
to
thinking
do.
about building an airplane or is
It's nice.
aviation-minded.
It's nice to finish that
we are
way.
going to start building. The next video is going to be the Vans aircraft light box, because that is going up on the wall right there. So, thank you for watching. I can't tell you how excited I am to begin this project, begin this journey, and share it with you. Peace.
Peace. All right. That is my own cue to, I think, take my leave, if you will. Take my leave. Have a good one, everyone.